Join us for White Wellbeing.
Yay!
Let's eat.
Are you noticing changes in our country you find troubling? Do you feel unsafe and at a loss to remedy these fundamental shifts? Have you found the book Go Free by Jason Kuna? The Go Free method provides excellent meme curatives and specific language skills to overcome the anti-white psychological warfare being waged against us across the West. Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western kind by Jason Kuna, available on Amazon.
Welcome, Janitor Jerome Anderlin. I'm trying to share to the Jumbotron, so give me a moment.
Hello, Hans and others. Hans, you might remember the shade tree we had, where it was the question I brought to you about expanding on your on this concept and um, from Go Free, and I've been thinking about that maturity, and that's how I keep it in my brain, um, and how uh maybe well, it comes into my mind a lot when I think about my history class because it's about the white erased part of America. I mean, of history of America, and and also I've been thinking about the shade tree we had very recently, where oh I don't think oh yeah I was in it, and it was kind of interesting, at least to it's not that it really connected to what I brought up just a second ago, but how a lot of the Go Free is a lot older than I am, so their perspective um was something I thought about like yesterday because it was 2 days ago our shade tree. So the next day I thought about it, and then I woke up today feeling even better about my thoughts. But they slipped my mind because um it was about that one was about uh the construct of gay people and stuff, and um a lot of the views were kind of things I've thought with and without conservatism, how that always it bleeds into a lot, and so I try to think about it without that, and uh I think that can only happen with Go Free.
Andren, can you summarize, because it went a bit all over the place. I don't quite understand what point you are making. Can you just give me a one sentence summary what you are trying to say?
Um, mm, no, maybe like later, but yeah. Also, not Eindhoven.
Okay. Um, Sorry about that. I did give some um, when I was postgraduate student. I gave some classes to students, and it's amazing how when you have to explain yourself, how your own understanding um, improves. So when you think about summarizing what the point you were making, just that exercise is going to clear your mind. Okay, so let's start this space with our welcoming message. Welcome to the Saturday edition of the Shade Tree White Wellbeing NWG space. We hold this space every day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. We are a no white guilt community that meets to practice the concepts and lexicon developed by Jason Keener, who's the no white guilt himself. You can find him here on X as No White Guilt NWG. That's No White Guilt NWG. On YouTube and elsewhere as simply No White Guilt, and on the web at nowhiteguilt.org. We discuss a wide variety of topics of interest to white people and look for ways to apply solutions. I'm Hans, your host. We run pretty casual here, but I do ask that you raise your hand if you would like to jump in. Otherwise, I will call on speakers' intent for their thoughts. If you would like to hop in, just request the mic and we'll get you set up. We only ask that you comport yourself as much as possible to the go-free lexicon and dialectic and act like a proper lady or gentleman of the West as applicable. Let's go. So, today we start with another man of the West. And this is, you would know the products that he developed if you are in any way male and white. Um, so there's a BitChute video that one of the members in our community made, but I'm going to go to the Wikipedia. Clarence Johnson, known as Kelly Johnson, an American aeronautical and systems engineer. So I'm just going to summarize his life story quickly. Um, So he's known for um, probably best known for the designer of the SR-71 Blackbird spy plane, the Mach 3 um, spy plane that was for quite some time the fastest production aircraft. He started um, life as a child of two immigrant parents, Swedish immigrants from Malmö in Sweden. And I would just want to pause here. And this is the fact that um, immigration is not the problem in Western civilization, it's non white immigration. Because when you make immigration the problem and you decide we're going to stop immigration, you're also going to stop people like Kelly's parents, which is so your measure to protect yourself is misfiring now because you're not being specific enough. So it's not immigration, it's white erasure. That's a problem. And that only happens when the immigrants are not white. In this case, the immigrants were white that produced an American who did great things, not only for America, but for Western civilization. So, so Kelly was, he grew up in America. He was born in America. And he got his first job in 1933 as a tool designer in Lockheed. And he made his name because he is one of those people who think intuitively. So and what that means is you can get to the correct conclusion with incomplete information. Lockheed was designing a commercial airliner, the Model 10, and Kelly Johnson was involved in testing this thing. He wasn't happy with the stability of the aircraft, but it was pushed through anyhow, and he kept on um, voicing his concerns until he was given the go ahead to try and improve it. And he designed an H tail for um, the aircraft, which was very successful. It stabilized the aircraft, and they could commercially um, um, self make money from this successful product. And this is where he got on the radar of Lockheed management. So in 1938, this was just before the Second World War um, happened, he was assigned chief research engineer at ADP, and ADP stood for Advanced Development Projects. Chief research engineer. So think about this: he starts as a tool designer, and 5 years later, he's chief research engineer. It's always interesting to me that in times of war, when um, our leaders want to kill large amounts of enemy white males, suddenly meritocracy is valued again, and white men can rise to the top. As soon as we have to kill a lot of white males, then all the barriers to success is removed, and we can excel. But the moment that there's no more need for killing enemy white males, then we get back to okay, now everyone else is going to be um, advantage, and we're going back to the back of the line. Here's this man, tool designer, 5 years later, chief research engineer. Um, so the war breaks out, and he's involved in various projects. But their first offices and this is now advanced development projects, is basically their secret operations center where they design, because this is just before the war. So everything now it's no longer commercial. Everything now is focused on the war. Now, the first offices were next to a plastic factory, and the smell was so bad that one of the engineers that worked there, Irv Cutler, when the phone rang, he would answer it Skunk Works. He called the place Skunk Works because it stank. And that name stuck. And today, that that term is used for research and development departments, especially um, if there's an element of secrecy um, to to the department and the work they are doing. I don't know if you remember when Ford developed the new GT car um, that won the Le Mans. Um, that Ford GT, they also it was also called a Skunk Works project by a small team. So the first project that they embarked on was um, the the Americans needed um, an answer to the Japanese Zero. Now the problem with the Japanese Zero airplane, fighter plane, was that there wasn't an Allied fighter that could turn with the Zero. The Zero was very agile and had a short turning circle. What Kelly decided to do, well, actually, the specifications came that they needed, so that it wasn't Kelly's decision, the requirements, but the requirements came that they needed a high altitude, 400 mile per hour um, fighter plane. And the idea was, instead of trying to turn with the Zero, what they will do is they will fly higher than the Zero can, so the Zero can't get to them, and then they will dive and strafe and then go high again. In that way, um, and that actually worked. But so Kelly designed the P-38 Lightning, and he used advanced design features like flush riveting to get to that high speed. But another thing that he did was there were two options for cooling the airplane. The one was air cooling, but air cooling was increased the diameter, um, which increased drag, and liquid cooling, which you have to still get a substantial amount of air through your radiators, and the liquid cooling was more fragile because if a bullet penetrated the liquid cooling system, then your engines would overheat and the plane would, would stop working. The engine would stop working. But what Kelly designed was he used the edges of the wings were cooling surfaces. So it was liquid cooled, but he didn't run the air through the radiator like other liquid cooled engines did. He used the wings as the cooling surfaces. Um, so the wings were full of cooling fluid, the leading edges of the wings. Um, so very innovative fighter. It was the fastest um, when it was released. It was the fastest fighter until the Germans released the jet fighter, and it actually it was so fast, and because it wings, the aerofoil of the wings were thick. when it went into a dive, um, some of because the of the thick wings, the air bending across the wing exceeded the sound of the speed of sound before the airplane did. So it caused problems. So they actually had to um, to add air brakes to the plane to to prevent it from going too fast, because when the air on the top of the wing exceeds the speed of sound, the ailerons stopped working. Um, so they had to brake the plane when it goes into a dive. So it was the first plane that experienced transonic and supersonic problems. It was so fast. So this plane also, so the lighting is very distinctive. Um, I think I'm going to. Basically it looks like three bodies. It has a dual tail, and then a short body in the middle. Um, and that allowed Kelly to put a lot of guns in the middle. It had four 50 cal machine guns and a 20 millimeter cannon, which made it um, very effective because it didn't suffer from this problem that many of the other fighters had, where they had to converge their guns. So there was only a one distance where it was effective. When all the guns is in the middle, you don't need to converge, so you can shoot equally well at all distances. So great success this P-38 Lightning. The U.S. Air Force used the P-38 Lightning in a long distance interception mission where they intercepted the Japanese admiral, who was the commander of the combined fleets of the Japanese Navy. They heard he was going to hop from one island to another one. And with these long range P-38 Lightnings, they intercepted his cargo, his passenger plane, and they shot him down and killed him. He was also the admiral who was in charge when when the Harbor attack was launched. So this must have been incredibly important for breaking the morale. Um, so there's a psychological war going on in parallel to the physical war. Um, and this is the kind of message that you send to the enemy, that your top guy is not safe. Yeah, you know. um, so they are going to start thinking about, maybe we should surrender, because it's not only our young boys who are dying. You know, the target is on our backs as well. So so after the war, and this was incredible when I read this. In 19 and remember, just at the end of the war, the first fighter appeared. It was a subsonic Messerschmitt jet fighter. So it was just the start of jet fighters. And in 1946, that's not long after the Second World War, which ended in 1945, um, the Air Force commissioned a hypersonic aircraft. 1946, the ADP, at Lockheed, were given the brief to develop a hypersonic aircraft, and they wanted to use this aircraft for testing their missile systems. So Kelly started working on this. They released the first version in 1951. So the airplane was called the Kingfisher. It was a 4.3 a Mach 4.3 ramjet powered aircraft. Now, a ramjet is a very simple design. It has no moving parts. The problem with the ramjet is it only works when it's a hypersonic jet engine. It only works when it's already going hypersonic. So you need something to accelerate it. And what they did for the Kingfisher was it's launched from a B-52, and then it had a solid fuel booster rocket. Now the problem that appeared was this big booster rocket made it unstable. So in 1951, when it failed, they redesigned the boosters, changed them to small solid fuel boosters. Um, so in 1954, it relaunched, and this time it was a success. And it's just incredible the time period. It's 8 years or no 9 years since the Second World War ended, and here they have a hypersonic aircraft that they use for a test drone. Now they only built 61 over its lifetime, which ended in 1959, because the missile systems couldn't shoot it down. Um, and it was a huge embarrassment because there were all these military contractors that were paid hundreds of and millions, tens of millions of dollars, and their products couldn't shoot down this hypersonic drone. And the specification was that they have to be able to hit a hypersonic missile in the air. um, and it was such an embarrassment that there was a lot of pressure, and in 1959 the project was cancelled because um, it was such an embarrassment for the military industrial complex. um, the target drone was just too successful. um, Now this was 1959, it was discontinued. But earlier, in 1955, Kelly demoed a spy plane to the Air Force. Um, it was a spy plane designed to fly very high, 70,000 feet, where they calculated the missiles would not be able to reach that height. But the Air Force wasn't interested. But then what happened was the CIA contacted Lockheed, and now it became suddenly a very secret project. And what they did is they would um, they would build the test plane, and then the test plane would be the parts of the test plane would be um, um, transported to Area 51, where the test pilots would test the plane there. Um, so if, and even the designation that they used, U, it was the U2. Now the U was for utility because the CIA didn't want to have an R or something like reconnaissance attached to the plane. They want to to obfuscate the purpose of the aircraft. So even the designation was designed to confuse. It was a utility plane. So this was, of course, also a very successful plane. Long range sorry, no. So oh, I wanted to mention another interesting thing about the Kingfisher. Um, so this craft, it didn't have landing gear, um, because it's launched from an aircraft. Um, and the way it landed was when it ran out of fuel, it would deploy a parachute, and it had a long steel nose, and it will peg into the ground like a dart. Then they would recover it, um, and I don't know if they had to fix some stuff. I assume. I mean, anyway, and then they would launch it again. But anyway, so the U2 was a success, a great success. Um, but there were it turned out that some of the missiles could reach those distance, those heights, and this is where the next phase of the project happened. But before the next phase, Kelly was also involved in designing the first Mach 2 jet fighter, which was the F-104 Starfighter. But anyway, so the CIA became interested because it turned out that the 70,000 altitude was not sufficient because some of the U2s were shot down, and um, they came with a new specification, which became this new Mach 3 um, reconnaissance plane. And it was interesting. The code name for the project was Archangel, and the versions were A1, A2, up to A12. So A12 was the final version, and the CIA ordered um, 12 of those archangels, and then the Air Force got wind of this project, and they decided no, they want this aircraft as well. And then the designation changed, and they changed the name to Blackbird. Now that to me is, I would say that's white erasure, because Archangel is a very Western name. Blackbird, any non-white country would call a plane a Blackbird, but Archangel was a very Western name. They changed it to Blackbird. We know it today as Blackbird, but imagine if the A in A12 stood for something like Apache. You can bet your house that there would have been a conversation. Why are we changing the name? Do we hate Apaches now? But anyway, the name was changed. It's known today as the Blackbird, the SR-71. The R is of course for reconnaissance. Also a very successful plane. It was the first commercial aircraft that traveled at Mach 3, or not commercial, the first production aircraft that traveled at Mach 3. There were 4,000, over its lifetime, 4,000 missiles were fired at this um, various models of this plane, and none of them hit. It wasn't a single hit scored on um, on that aircraft. Um, so in 1975, Kelly retired, but he was retained as a consultant. He was also involved in the F-117 stealth fighter that was released in 1976. Interesting, he also had 14 rules, which I can summarize. Basically, it came down to delegation, small project teams, lots of cost reviews, and you should pay your people based on the value they added and not on the number of personnel they supervised. And this is quite interesting because engineering changed the management hierarchy or the management structure, because before engineering, what happened was um, you would go up in the company, will get more senior, and at some point you would do the same job, but you would manage people, and then that would be your top position. But in engineering, you don't want your top engineer to manage people. You don't want to lose your top engineers to management. So engineering was one of the first disciplines where that dynamic changed, and the corporate culture was slow to realize that. I remember even I had that conversation with my employer, because the reason because I wanted more money, and I'm an engineer, and the reason given why I couldn't get what I wanted was um, I would earn more than my manager, which is totally irrelevant. Um, that's old school thinking. And because that my estimate of my market value was correct, I just someone else was willing to pay that money, and I left. But it was interesting how far this went back, because we are still there are still this thought process, this incorrect thinking that managers need to be paid more than the people they manage. But I mean, this Kelly, he already saw, he already saw through that, and he changed it. And I was quite surprised that it was that long ago, because I mean, I'm still bumping against this issue today. So he was a far thinking, not only an engineer, but he knew how to manage people. Um, and he also had a 15th rule. His 15th rule was rather starve than work for the Navy. Um, so that was Kelly Johnson. Um, really one of the greats. Started as a tool designer, worked his way up, and created really incredible and beautiful products that we celebrate till today. Fire spirits.
Yeah, I kept thinking as you were talking about this guy, Hans, that I wonder how many um, people in engineering, design, and just every single field, medicine, everything, where white men are now being systematically excluded from seats in education and being hired. How many innovative new things have not been brought to market, have not been invented because our best and brightest are being excluded from um, a seat at the table. Basically, we've seen that the that there's been this just kind of like a miasma of no innovation, no new creativity that's been going on for quite a number of decades now. People have noticed it in arts and music and all sorts of things. And we've said here many times that we would have already colonized space and been out to the stars if it hadn't been for having to take care of the mandates of anti-whiteism. So that was one of the sad things that I was thinking about while you were speaking. And then also what an amazing guy who, from from just being a guy working on the tools, and suddenly he's promoted up and gets the placement that he should and deserves, and invents and creates all of these wonderful things. That's the way that Western kind used to work. And unfortunately, we are now in the position of um, this this belief, because of anti-whiteism, that all peoples are the same. And that's clearly not true, because if it was, these other races of people would have been creating and inventing things in their own countries. And they never did that, and they don't do it here either. So, and if they do invent things, they invent things that are of their biospirit and not of our Western biospirit. So those are the things that were going through my head while you were speaking of them. And I thought, another great pick for Man of the West. Thank you.
And biospirit, it's not only the white males that are denied their future lives for their birth, it's also the brilliant white males who burn down their lives to solve multiracial harmony. Um, it's incredibly sad when I learn about brilliant, some of the smartest people I know, and then what are they busy doing? They're working on AIDS research. Totally not a problem for white people. It doesn't, it's not a white problem, but their life is dedicated to solving that. And that's just one example, but it becomes so incredibly silly. The stuff that our people must burn down their lives for, when they could be working on things that bring that pushes us forward. Yes, Boy Spirit, I see your hand is up again.
No, my hand is not up. It must be a
Oh dear.
mistake. I see three Godfathers up though.
Three.
Well, good afternoon, my brother. Absolutely outstanding pick for Man of the West as a pilot. You know, these things interest me very, very much so. Kelly Johnson was an absolute stud when it came to lateral thinking and problem solving. The guy was absolutely legendary in his abilities. Something that, you know, really reflects our biospirit. And, you know, you mentioned the U2, and I was actually a little boy, and I don't remember that being, I was too young to remember that being shot down, but I remember when Gary Powers was released. It was all over every news station all over the US when he was finally released and handed over. Yeah, the SR-71 is like my favorite aircraft of all. Uh, and it's interesting, and still today is the fastest production aircraft ever made. And that was made, but long before computer aided drafting, computers at all. It was all done with slide rules, and it's still the fastest production plane ever made. You know, if you look at the pictures of all the Skunk Works design team, you see a whole sea of Western kind, nothing but white men doing what our biospirit tells us to do, solving problems, innovating things that really reflect the best of Western kind. So I wanted to jump in and just say, very, very good pick, my brother. Love it.
Another thing is that his boss. So he was vice president. When did that happen? I think in 1958. I think he became vice president of the Advanced Development Projects, the Skunk Works. His boss made the remark that that suite can see air. And what he was referring to was exactly what you're saying. It's lateral thinking, but it's also intuitive thinking, where he would be able to intuitively um, estimate the weight of the plane, and then it would come out correct. And it's this kind of intuitive thinking that makes projects jump ahead, because there's a lot of wrong directions that you're not taking. um, and then his initial designs pan out, and um, it manifests as luck, but it's more there's a saying that luck becomes a habit, and that's true. And so it's more than that. It's an understanding that you he may not be able to articulate, but he has a very deep understanding of the physical forces involved. And aerodynamics is a very complex thing. So when his boss says he can see air, what he means is this guy has an intuitive understanding of how um, aerodynamics works, and he can intuitively see what is going to work and what's not going to work. And the fact that he started working right after the Second World War on a hypersonic aircraft, I think that set him up for success. And now, of course, he has to have the hardware to actually deliver on that. But I think that was critical because look at all the stuff he did, pioneering work, and still it's not bested. Yeah, and I think he got a good start right after the Second World War. They started working on this stuff, and that's why they always had the advantage um, to everyone else. Now, unfortunately, I am on PC today, so it seems like the hands is going to be a challenge. So if you can, if you because I just see all hands now. So if you can flicker your hands, then then I will be able to detect them because I see a hand go up from Eindelen.
Yeah, you put out some good facts on the SR-71. I didn't even know that it was originally called the Archangel. I never knew about the name change, but it's definitely it's a pretty amazing uh plane. I mean, it's to be able to go over 2,000 miles per hour and be at over 100,000 feet. That's pretty amazing. And yeah, I thought that was it was a really good pick. Uh, I thought it was also cool how they had to basically wear the crews had to wear like astronaut suits because of how like they're right on the edge of the Earth's atmosphere. Um, yeah, when I was a kid, I was like super interested in all types of different aircraft. Like I said before, my grandfather he was in the Army Air Force when they were one in the same branch, and he was a tail gunner for a B-24 Liberator. But like the Tree Godfather said, like this was all before computers and stuff. So I have a pretty large book of different aircraft that me and you had to order them back in the day, like before there was like computers and stuff. This was like the mid '90s, before the internet was what it is today. But yeah, this is one of the first planes in the book. But yeah, I thought I mean, and back then they didn't really have the satellite imaging that they do now. So this plane it could leave from any one of its three main bases, and it could get a photograph of anywhere on the Earth's surface within 6 hours of leaving its base, which at that time was pretty amazing. So yeah, good pick.
I can think that with 4,000 missiles fired at his baby, I think Kelly probably thought very hard about how can they make the plane invisible to these missiles, and that's probably why he also was involved in the F-117 stealth fighter. Um, but it was amazing that um, with 4,000 missile launches, that they didn't have one successful hit on a Blackbird. So um, yeah, amazing man of the West. I'm going to put the next thing quickly in the Jumbotron. This is about an unfortunate individual called David Packman. Um, sometimes we have to talk about um, men not of the West, and this is the case. Um, let me get the article in. Okay, I shared it in the Jumbotron. Let me see if I can see it. Yes. Um, so this is September 15. This is quite a while ago, but I didn't see a lot of talk about this. But David Pacman basically calls out the idea that these in is conservative circles, especially in this case, um, Kerry Lake, she um, um, she said that the the assassin of Charlie Kirk was radicalized um, in college, but what David Pacman now correctly um, mentions is that he wasn't there very long. He was a very short time in college. Um, and the uncomfortable fact is that he was in the conservative ideal. He was raised in the conservative ideal, namely um, gun-loving Republicans, white nuclear family. So everything seemed to be ideal. And this ideal white nuclear family, according to this anti-white David Pacman, produces these murderers. Now, of course, he's being anti-white. He's being disingenuous because, as it turns out, everyone knows that the um, the problems already. Well, I wouldn't say it's as simple as Reddit, because the anti-white narrative is everywhere. He would have he would have encountered the anti-white narrative already. The first children's book that he opened when he was 2 years old, the anti-white narrative would be there. We grow up in the anti-white narrative, and in the anti-white narrative, every white boy learns that he is the problem. He's always the naughty child. He's always the evil one. He's basically born guilty into an evil race. And he learns that from the first moment when he picks up an iPad, when he picks up a children's book, when he watches TV, it's always the same story. The white boy, the white man, the white guy is the villain. Um, and this psychological abuse, uh, we are we are told that we must just ignore this. It doesn't affect us. It does affect us. The third time that the child sees a story where the white boy is the naughty boy, he's going to start making those connections. Children are pattern matching machines. I have a specific story to tell that is maybe going to be um, triggering to some people. But when my wife had a procedure done, a surgical procedure, so and our child was 2 years old. So he was running into her and causing her pain. So he would run into my wife, and then she would drop to the ground, and you are curled up in pain because he would have these accidents where he would turn around and then his fists would fling out and he would hit her by accident. And I explained to him, but it wasn't having an effect. He was still in nappies. So what I did is I every time that happened, when he accidentally caused pain and injury to my wife, I would take two fingers and wrap him on his thigh sharply. Then he would cry, but it was an incredibly short amount of time, and I didn't explain anything to him. When he hurts my wife, I wrap him with my two fingers on his thigh, and it was incredible how quickly there was a bubble of safety around my wife. We would run past my wife. And then when he gets close to her, he would slow down. And then when he gets out of that bubble, he would accelerate again. And this is um, how they learn rules. Children learn rules very quickly. And I didn't need to explain it to him. Um, now, if that child picks up a book, he's learning those rules when he sees these patterns. He can't not do it. He's wired, he's hardwired, he's biologically wired to do that. So that Tyler grew up inside the anti-white narrative. His parents didn't know how to inoculate their children. In fact, the other children are vulnerable as well because they are exposed to the exact same anti-white narrative. I see Eindelen dropped to listener, so I'm going to just check. Um, hmm.
Eindelen left on the space.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so he was on his way out. Yes, so yes, David Packman is correct. It wasn't the college. It wasn't mainly the college. The college surely contributed, but it happened long before. And David Packman knows how that works. He's just not saying it. He's anti-white. He doesn't want us around. He's envious. His people cannot create Western civilization. You go to Tel Aviv and you don't see Western civilization there. He can function very well in Western civilization, but only because whites are not the people. If we were a people, we would have no compunction with looking after the well-being of our young white men, and we would object when people like David Packman is advantaged and um, is uh, um, the beneficiary of white erasure. We will not allow that. So he's only doing well in Western civilization because as a collateral beneficiary of anti-whiteism. And he knows that. That's why he wants more of that. Because he can't compete. He won't be able to compete in a Western civilization where white well-being is the highest value. Then he knows he's out on the street. Um, so yes, he's anti-white, but he's also correct. And this is where we need to up our game. We need to point out that the anti-white narrative is everywhere. You can't escape it. The best you can do is to teach your children to recognize it. And once you do that, then every time they encounter it in the wild, it will they will it will be it will reinforce instead of subvert. Your authority will increase instead of decrease. Um, and this is the only way. And Tyler's parents, if they want to save the other boys, because imagine what's going on in the father's mind right now. He needs to change something. He needs to change things because the way he's been doing things destroyed um, his firstborn son. So what's stopping the same evil to fall on his other sons? Um, More attention on them. It's not doesn't seem like attention was the problem. They seem to be doing things together by spirit.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, Hans. This is what Jason has been bringing up over and over. We don't need more of the sending the children to church. We don't need more praying at the table. We don't need more perfect parents with the mother at home. but all of these things are wonderful, but if you don't inoculate your kids against anti-whiteism, as soon as they go out into the world, um, they're they're just cast adrift into this anti-white world that we all are swimming in. And yes, some people are able to resist it, and just from their own their own innate moral character. But the we see that at least 50% of the population in the West, of white people in the West, are rabidly anti-white and are working towards the destruction of Western civilization quite actively. And then the other people, the other 50%, are just kind of like going, what's going on? And here Jason has the answer, which is the Go Free method, pursuing white well-being, using the lexicon, inoculating your children to the harm that is anti-whiteism, and people continue to ignore the wins that we have, um, the very clear positive effects that this has for our people. So I don't know what to do other than we keep doing what we're doing. We keep spreading this to more and more people, because as you said, that the Robinson family is potentially going to have the same, not identical, but probably similar outcomes with their other children, because it's so prevalent now. As I've said before, if you have schools now, the little kids in elementary school, where you have 40% of the children identifying as furries and LGBTXYZ and all of these other identities that are being just presented to them, rather than having a healthy racial identity, they're being I don't like to use the word groomed, but they're being shuffled into these other very negative and very destructive identities, which they glom onto because they want something to make them feel like they are not that they are not the villain in the anti-white narrative. So yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. I see what people like Carrie Lake are saying, that about this radicalization. Well, it's what's radical about it. It's the way that virtually almost every child is being pushed into, be it from the media or at school, whether it's their elementary or high school or college. It's everywhere. So how is it being radicalized when anti-whiteism is the default way of being in the West? So I'll stop there.
Well, I would say that Carrie Lake was actually correct. It was just incomplete. Because absolutely the colleges just take up the anti-white programming to 11. So Kerry Lake is actually also correct that yes, the colleges your child, if your child is not inoculated, if you take a healthy child and put him into a college in the US, that child is going to be destroyed, guaranteed. Um, so it's not even that she's wrong. But in this instance, is correct that it wasn't it wasn't all of the anti-whiteism. It wasn't all of the destructive psychological abuse. It surely accelerated in the small time that he was in college. But I mean, everyone knows that college. I can quickly mention an example of this. I listened to an interview that Stefan Molyneux had with a graduate student in philosophy at a university. Um, and what this man said is that one of his professors said, gave a warning that people must not um, um, uh, talk about Charlie Kirk in public because there may be serious consequences. And then another professor said, "We're not going to talk about Charlie Kirk." Think about that. Philosophy is the study of um, exactly this kind of thing: political assassination because of your beliefs. The reason why they are not discussing it is an anti-white decision, because it contradicts the anti-white narrative. So the very fact that the philosophy department is not prepared to discuss it and warns their students, and these are the good professors according to this student, these are not even the vehemently anti-white professors. The fact that philosophy professors are telling the students, we cannot talk about this is a giant floodlight on anti-whiteism. It means that universities are so and colleges are so anti-white that they cannot touch this issue without revealing themselves. Um, I'm not sure, Biospirit, if your hand is up. Otherwise, I'm going to go to 3.
Go to tree. My hand's not up.
Oh, sorry, 3.
So I can only echo what you guys have said already. You know, he didn't need a couple of weeks of college to be drowned in anti-whiteism because it is so prevalent between school and media. From the first magazine he ever picked up, the first comic book, the first cartoon he watches, he's drowned in the anti-white narrative and programming from day one. It starts from early childhood. And the thing about this whole trans and furry ideology, at some point, it's not even radical. When it gets to 40%, that's not radical. That's pretty much getting pretty mainstream. And as I said before, it's an escape. It's an escape from being the most hated identity on the planet, a straight white male. Nobody is more hated on the planet. And you can tell uh, when they've been so indoctrinated to hate themselves, the straight white male, they have to find a way to escape it.
The next, it's on in the Jumbotron far left. Matt Walsh commented on. I'm just struggling to navigate to it now. So Matt Walsh commented on this Mansour Ahmed Qureshi, who said bigotry is un-American. And then Matt Walsh answered, how much do you guys value diversity and tolerance over there in Pakistan? Or are those values you want us to adopt? while you do the opposite. Now, this is so Matt Walsh is pointing out the double standard, which we know the better way to do it is to show that it's not a double standard. It's that the standard is anti-whiteism, because of course Ahmed, he um, he wouldn't tolerate whites taking over their companies in Pakistan or whites getting into their government, their cabinet ministers, their president. Um, but he's coming here and then he's telling white people how we, white people, are un-American, um, because we don't want white erasure, basically. But this is something where it the where Matt Walsh goes wrong is um, they never wanted diversity is um, is a term that that connotatively means less white people, fewer white people, and tolerance is really an anti-white meme pathogen because anti-whites don't um, don't want our victimization to for the well-being of non-whites. It's just a pretext. The well-being of non-whites is just a pretext um, to victimize white people, and you know it's a pretext because when those measures that they justified um, that victimizes us, when that measure turns out to be detrimental to non-whites, it's never reviewed. An example of that is in South Africa. They frame um, the white erasure of white males um, from hiring in engineering departments and so on. They frame it as well-being for the blacks. But what's happening in our energy infrastructure is everything is collapsing, which harms millions of blacks. So now it turned out that that pretext turned out to harm more non-whites than it helps, but it's never reviewed. And why is it not reviewed? Because well-being of non-whites was never the um, the goal. It's achieving its goal, which was to white erase white males from hiring. So it's working perfectly from the anti-white perspective, um, and that's why it's not tolerance. It's not about tolerance. That's just a pretext. And the moment you even use that word, you are you are. It's like injecting formalin or some um, thing that makes you you know unable to resist. You are injecting that into your audience because that's not what it is. um, and Matt Walsh thinks he can be clever, and um, I mean most conservatives will look at that and say yes, that's a clever bob, but it's not a clever bob. This is war. This is psychological war, and he's psychologically disarming whites. White people should feel engulfed in flames of righteous fury that a non-white comes to our country and tells us we are un-American because we resist the white erasure of our society. But instead, now it's yeah. So it's important how we talk about this. And Matt Walsh is he cares about our people, but this kind of defense is ineffective. We need our people to not only know that we are being victimized, but to feel that energy, that moral outrage. Because otherwise things are not getting done. Biospirit, comments?
Yeah, the other thing I was looking at with that particular post is the guy that Matt Walsh is responding to is talking about the truth, and he's saying that it's universal. Well, that's also preying on our people, because yes, our people believe that there is a truth, that there is a reality which is based in reason, logic, and evidence, and that that we count on our people in the West being truthful. And the person who is making that uh, statement knows full well that truth is not universal and truthfulness is not universal. That that is something that anti-whites use against us all the time, because we operate from a position of everyone is telling the truth, and they take advantage of that and lie in order to get ahead and to just basically use it against us for their own benefit. So that was the thing that was hopping out at me looking at that, and just as so many other things that we think are that our people think are universal are not universal. As we've said before, consent for sex is not universal. The way that children are treated is not universal. And for an anti-white, non-white like this to make a claim pretending that we're all the same, when he fully knows that his people are not anything like our people, and that they routinely um, victimize us using this as a ruse. So
They're exploiting it. They are exploiting our greatest traits.
Yes, just let Biospirit finish, please.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, man.
yeah, I was basically done. So that's cool.
Yes, I just wanted to add, they are very good at virtue trapping us into values that they don't hold themselves. And first of all, we shouldn't allow that. Second of all, you're entirely correct. Truthfulness is a Western norm that's not shared by any other race that I know of. Um, they have entirely specifically about honesty and truthfulness. That's something that seems to me uniquely Western. So now he comes in riding on his white horse and telling us that bigotry is un-American. He knows what he's talking about. He just uses our own values against us. Yes, I am. Yes,
They're just popping in. How's everyone doing?
great.
All right, man. Where are you from, this Tilbert? Are you South African or?
Yes, my
So you
account was suspended, so this is the new one.
So you speak Afrikaans.
Correct.
Dus je kan ook Nederlands.
I can understand it if you speak slowly.
Okay.
Flemish is almost Afrikaans.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to put another article in the Jumbotron. It's about Nick Fuentes that seems to be self-immolating with um, his musings about Erika Kirk. Okay, I shared it in the Jumbotron. It should appear on the far left soon. Okay, there it is. So this is now a whole conversation that's starting off with Nick Fuentes, who talks about how um, um, obviously the assassination was not a plot by Mossad. Um, and what's more believable than that is that Erika Kirk was involved. So now I don't want to even talk about this. I'm only putting this in as a lesson to all these conversations that that these people start about things that does nothing for white people. We need our, because what is it about Charlie Kirk's assassination that generated all the energy? It's not the fact that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Other white children were assassinated before that. It was the reaction of massive amounts of people, of anti-whites to the assassination. It was the fact that posts on X that celebrates his murder got 200,000, 300,000 likes. It was the TikTok videos. It showed that we have a serious problem. And the problem is not a problem of individuals. It's a problem of vehemently anti-white people who wants us dead, people who share the spaces where we work, people who are in insurance companies, in schools, in the church. These people want us dead, and some of them look like us. This is what we need to be talking about. Not all this. What is this? This cheap newspaper stories that just divert attention away from how we are victimized and what we should do to change that. All of this just takes energy away from let's focus on the problem, and the problem is anti-whiteism in society. um, Vertical, horizontal, it permeates every single institution, and we need to go and hunt it down and um, and solve this problem. Now, this conversation and conversations like this are entertained by people who don't care about us. They and isn't it strange that this little man he's basically self-immolating now, because Erika Kirk is revered at the moment by the conservative section of Western civilization, and and comes with things like this. It I mean, but the point is, we shouldn't be talking about things like this. We should be talking about the untold amount of anti-whites around us who want us dead, and how are
Yeah,
we
well,
going
I
to
think
solve
it's
that?
just an American issue, right? The Erica, the whole aftermath, it's an American issue.
Well, the sentiment the sentiment displayed on TikTok was not uniquely American. It was with white people. Many of them would say that. They would say, Charlie Kirk is a white boy. and then they would laugh.
No, what I mean is the whole the aftermath with Erica right now, and Nick Fuentes attacking Erica Kirk. Right, that's just an American thing, I guess. Um, so, but yeah, uh, if you look at it, the bigger picture is that the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I'm still can't quite believe that that they murdered him, but yeah, it was an attack on white people for sure. And also not only white people, but Christianity as well.
Yes, and the Christianity part, anti-whites only attack white Christians. They have no problem with Ethiopian Christians or Mexican Christians. It's effectively a placeholder for just more white people. So, but there's still a lot of energy that uh, people like Stephen Miller hopefully um, will use to direct against some of these anti-white organizations, and I think that the Antifa designating Antifa as terrorist organization will will we will be able to leverage that across the globe. Content creators in my country, we will be able to get them demonetized. So this is something with teeth, but I hope they do a lot more. And um, if we can get people to stop entertaining these conversations that go nowhere, that just depletes the energy, we need to keep it focused on solving the problem. And the problem is white people are being targeted. And it's not only our physical bodies that are targeted, it's our cultures, it is our norms.
So
LGBT,
what would be your solution then? Just try to get them deplatformed or whatever?
well, anything that takes money, that interrupts the flow of money. Um, I mean, just the fact that US aid was cut off did an incredible amount of good that we can't even calculate. I hear every day of, I mean, my employer told me that there's a crisis now here in South Africa because so many of these companies who were leeching off the white taxpayer to do things that has nothing to do with the well-being of Americans. And now suddenly the river of money stopped, and now they're running around and looking for other solutions. Um, but the core of the issue is that white Americans, they don't realize, well, they are starting to realize now, but they look at the father of Tyler, the father of the assassin. He's in the situation where his two children, that his two boys that are left, are vulnerable to the same evil, and he has no remedy because all he can do is do what he did with his other son, but do it harder. It's not going to work because he doesn't understand what's happening in his own home. And what happened was his little boy, from when he was small, the first children's book he opened, the white boy was the naughty boy. The second children's book he opened, the white boy was the naughty boy. After the 10th time, the child becomes to connect the dots. So what does that child grow up? He grows up learning that he was born guilty. He was born guilty into an evil race, and the only way that he can atone for all the grievances that he didn't do, but that other white people did, was he needs to opt out of the white nuclear family, because who wants to make more evil children? Um, so we need to get the message to white people that this is happening, the anti-white narrative. Once,
Well, I've been carrying out that message for 5 years now with my account, and I have 500,000 followers now. And I strongly believe that we white people right now, they are waking up. We are waking up to the reality that if you look at the future of humanity, there will be no future without white people. Can you imagine? Can you imagine this planet without white people? What a mess it would be. I mean, sure, the Asians, they will manage, the Chinese, they will manage it for a while, but that will probably crumble. So, and what I see in recent years now is that there's a massive awakening in every Western white country, in America, in Western European country, in Australia, etc. And I don't think um, they know they don't know what's coming, right? When white people are done with the way things are right now, things are going to change, and they're going to change perhaps even quicker than we think because of social media, because the same stuff is happening it's across the West. It's not just a particular country, it's everywhere. We have the same problem. um, and the kind of funny thing is that, for example, if you look at France, and if you look at England, they used to be like nemesis, right? They used to hate each other. Now they're like, wait a minute, we're not that different. We need to work together as a race, as a people, and because we have a common enemy. So maybe the beauty of this whole thing could be, in the end, that white people are racially aware, racially conscious, and we see each other as we don't see each other as, oh, you're from another country. No, you're white, so you are my fam. We are part of the same family, so we support each other. And that way of thinking is gaining ground, like strongly, I believe.
yes. So the first thing is we have to name white people. Conservatives who defend us without naming us is doing nothing for us. So conservatives will defend against crime without naming the fact that the problem with crime is the fact that we give special privileges, preferential treatment, and freedom from responsibility for non-white criminals, and we incentivize repeat offenses. Um, and that is the white erasure of our Western norms and standards. So it's a victimization of white people that is causing the crime. Conservatives will, for instance, here in South Africa, they will defend against what they call BEE, which is DEI in other terms, and they will defend on the basis that it harms non-whites, but they ignore the target. They don't talk about the target. The target is primarily white males. White males are being denied their future lives for their birth. But conservatives won't defend where we are attacked because they feel immoral when they do that. And the reason they feel immoral is because they grew up in the anti-white narrative that everyone else is.
Exactly. But the new generation, the young generation, I'm part of that generation. We think different. We don't think like conservatives. We're like there's a whole new wave of people coming up right now.
Yes, there is, but there's a larger wave of people who don't who still are trapped inside the anti-white narrative. And listen, and this is universal to white people, I believe. We want to be moral. The problem isn't that we um, that we are immoral. The problem is that our people have the wrong morality. They have the anti-white morality, and they act on that. White people everywhere, they were told that our people, our norms, our history are evil, and they are taking steps where they are in society to effectuate anti-white outcomes. And you see that everywhere. It's not only the people in the government; it's every judge, every person in a position of power. They feel this magnetic force pulling on them, and their decisions swing anti-white more often than not. So um, it's a it's a problem where they don't have the um, they don't have the tools to defend themselves against our victimization. And if you think about how clever it is, um, anti-whites um, when they frame our victimization, they do it indirectly. They will come to us and frame it as well-being for non-whites, or they will frame it as retributive justice. It's because your ancestors did something wrong. Now you need to pay. And the simple defense for both of these types of attacks is simply that if the conclusion is that whites must be victimized for their birth, the pretext don't matter. It's anti-white and it must be rejected. If you don't reject it, it means you are okay with targeting white babies who are still in the womb for future
Yeah,
victimization.
but we cannot. The problem right now is the boomers, because the boomers, they are in power. They, they are our politicians. They are our CEOs. They are what the boomers. They are just brainwashed with this post World War II guilt. You cannot undo that. So we have to wait for an entire generation to die, basically, and then we can take charge. But the problem then is we will probably be a minority by then in our own country. So we have to kind of find a way to speed this process up.
Let me tell you, people like Tyler, the assassin of Charlie Kirk, if you go to university, which is full of young people, young white people, they are all like Tyler. They are vehemently anti-white. If they are behind the mask, they will take a brick and beat you until the brains come out. These are young white people, and they are all like that. They weren't born like that. They were abused, psychologically abused, from when they were 2 years old and opened their first children's book. Those are the people we need to get to. And I tell you, those two boys, the two younger brothers, they are vulnerable like every other white child. And let me tell you a personal um,
Okay.
testimony. My son, he went with what he says is not his girlfriend. Okay, so he's not girlfriend. He went to watch a movie. The movie was The Forge. It's a very anti-white movie. It's a movie where it's almost totally white erased. It's almost all non-white characters. But the one white character in the story is the villain. So my son came back from watching this movie with his not girlfriend, and he's outraged. He recognized the white erasure, and he felt dread when he watched the movie because he wondered about who's going to be the villain because there's only one white guy in the story. And lo and behold, the villain turns out to be the white guy. So he recognized both of those things in the anti-white narrative. The anti-white narrative where whites are uniquely evil, and the white erasure. So by teaching him to recognize the anti-white narrative and the white erasure, every time he encounters it in the wild, it reinforces instead of subverts. And this means it's
Exactly.
now safe. Yes. So if we can teach our young, then it's
Yeah,
safe
that's
to let them
that's my
out of it.
goal. My goal is to wake white people up to see that reality, because once you see it, you cannot unsee it. And like you said, instead of subversing, it reinforces.
And it's moral. So I can you this is a moral message because it's focused on the well-being of white people, and that means it's legal, it's moral, it's replicable. So my son can now, in his church group, he can spread this message, and anyone who's against it must is immediately on the back foot, because when you are against the well-being of white people, you are anti-white, and you must, so it's also by avoiding to go focusing on all the bad things about non-whites. We are only worried about the bad things of what non-whites when they harm us, and then the focus is on the harm they do to us and how to stop that. So this is where the message must not only be the truth; it must also be It must be replicable and scalable so that it can spread. Because we don't have media, we have X, but I mean, you know how I talk. My account was suspended without, and I'm 100% in the terms, inside the terms. But some anti-white at X decided I'm too effective because my amount of impressions was getting 20,000 every day
Well,
increase.
do you know who I am? Do you know are you familiar with my account?
I'm very familiar with your account. The reason why I'm
Okay.
not following you is my account is brand new.
Okay. Well, I've been running this account for 5 years now, and I've been suspended permanently once on this account before Elon took over. And then Elon took over, I appealed, and I got reinstated. And I think I've been very successful in spreading the message. And you just have to, be kind of, just don't be an idiot, right? I mean, if I go, for example, a lot of people on our site, they have a good heart, but then I look at their Twitter profile and then I see a Hitler speech, and I'm like, that's not okay. In the sense of that you're not gonna win people over like that. If I were to post Hitler speeches, then I wouldn't have amassed these amounts of followers and all that stuff. So you have to be kind of smart. You have to observe what's going on in the world. Every day something crazy happens, and then you talk about it. Just don't overdo it, right? That's kind of a thing we have to learn. We have to maintain ourselves in that regard. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. And I always focus 100% on the well-being of white people. I and so that's why um, when I talk about the Second World War, it's not going to be about what about subjects that are going to pull people into discussions where whites are the villains. So these when and it's like you say, we must be cognizant of the fact that life is not fair, and that means some truths um, isn't worth fighting for because we need to win a psychological war. And there are
Exactly.
tens of millions of white people who have been conditioned from small to recognize the Satan, the villain. And
Exactly.
if you
You cannot convince a white person who's been indoctrinated from birth to believe Hitler is a bad guy. You cannot convince that white person, with a Hitler speech. That's not the way to do it. You have to. I'm not saying Hitler is right or wrong. I'm not saying that at all. But you get what I'm suggesting. You have to observe reality and then bend it to your narrative, and then so people, when stuff happens, people, they know, oh, this happens, okay, that's how I'm going to respond to this. It's like we have to like re-educate people, a lot of people.
Yes. So the idea that we have to rehabilitate the villains in the anti-white narrative is flawed, because um, there was tens of billions of dollars, in fact I would say hundreds of billions of dollars, was sunk into that negative marketing. We don't have the marketing budget to reverse that, so there's no
Yes, we have.
upside.
Yes, we have.
You have trillions of dollars.
If you know how to communicate your message, it's just you don't need any dollars.
Yes, so our method is um, aimed at where it does maximum value. And what's the end game? The end game is, if whites become a single people, not all whites, but if a significant amount of whites become a single people, what does that mean? It means whites see their individual well-being by way of their group well-being. And this means we will be immune to these anti-white attacks that frame our victimization as either well-being for others or as retributive justice, because um, our our focus will be on our well-being. So every single anti-white attack, let's say mass immigration. Well, all you need to say is that, well, white erasure harms the well-being of white people in many ways: financial, psychological, spiritual, physical. So it harms our well-being. So we can't have that. We can't have non-white immigration. It harms us. If they come with, well, retributive justice, let's say you started a war in Afghanistan, what must the refugees do now? Well, we can't take ownership of what the anti-whites in charge decided to do, all the evil deeds that they did. We're not
The
taking ownership
Jews.
of that. Well, not only look, it's not only anti-white Jews. Look at that. Look at this assassin of Charlie. He acted um, based on what he learned is the evil person, and the evil person is himself.
Yeah.
So
Imagine he was a kid and he got brainwashed into thinking this and doing this horrible act. Can you imagine if we successfully brainwash a generation of white people with the truth? What we just imagine what we can accomplish with that. Just imagine. And I think we're on the way. I think
yes,
we're on the
so
way.
you're right in the way that because we are victimized, that puts a target on our back, and this Charlie thing is this shook the world. You could see all the energy that came from this. I mean, you could see at his memorial service, he wasn't that popular. For all those people to pitch at his memorial, that was a reaction to what they saw on TikTok and what they saw on Twitter when 200,000 people liked a tweet that celebrated Charlie's murder. This is a reaction. So there's a lot of energy, and there are two aspects to waking up white people. The one aspect is just the fact that there's a target on your back, realizing that there's a target on your back, and then you're starting to see it everywhere in hiring, everywhere in admissions. um, it, it it's to the point where if it's legal to victimize you, it means you must be white, because it's almost an alternative definition for being white. Um, So that's the one aspect. It's just realizing that there's a target on your back, and the target is there not because of anything your
Yeah.
ancestors did. It's because you were born like this. People don't like
Yeah.
white people. People are envious. They look at
True.
Western
True.
civilization and they
It
see,
took
we
years.
can't do that. We can't do
Yeah.
that. And we must burn down because we feel
Envy.
inferior. Yes,
Envy.
envy. And the other aspect of it is, so the one aspect is just realizing that there's a target on their back. The other aspect is the remedy being to focus on our people, becoming a people. Because once we become a people, we can't mount a collective defense against a collective anti-white attack until we are people. Our part of that is happening automatically just because the target is on your back. But there are tens of millions of these young people that have been psychologically disarmed. They have been psychologically abused to think um, that they are not vulnerable. They think non-whites are vulnerable. It's the opposite. It's the total opposite.
Yeah. But I believe that we are currently flipping that coin, right? It's now the younger generation. Yeah, all the teachers are Antifa, left wing, transgender, right? That's that's the current system. But because of social media, because of X, Twitter, people are waking up. White people are waking up. You know, I'm 31 years old. Okay, I remember when I grew up in a class, I there was only one colored kid, right? There was a like a Turkish girl. That's the only. Right now, if you go to the same school and look at the class, it's like half of the kids are not white, are not native. But those kids, they aren't dumb. Those white kids, they aren't dumb. They aren't dumb. But meanwhile, their teachers like, oh, we're all equal, and oh yeah, they're pro refugees and blah, 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 blah. But they're not dumb. I really believe that the new generation right now of white people, the new generation of white people, they know exactly what's going on. They know exactly what's going on, and um, it's going to be how do you solve this, right? That's a question. Well, it's not going to be pretty. I mean, uh, a lot of children right now, imagine they're being born, they're going to school, they grow up, they gain consciousness, they look around, they're like, where the fuck am I? I'm, I'm, I'm in my country, but aren't any people around me that look like me. So there's a lot of white people growing up right now that feel like they don't have a home. And that sentiment is rising right now. We feel like we don't have a home. I mean, my country, where I am right now, I have to share this with the entire world for fuck's sake. I don't have a I don't have a country right now. So the children they see that you think and and people say like, oh yeah, Hitler this it's going to be much worse than Hitler. I think. I think.
Um, the one thing, uh, the one concept, because white people are seeing the white erasure. They're seeing our cultures. They see our inner cities that was once beautiful. Now it is hunting grounds. You have to walk like prey in our own inner cities. White people see this, but they don't. There's a key concept that we need to get to them, and that is the fact that um, the human animal has an instinct, and in aggregate, that becomes the biospirit of the race. And this biospirit is what determines what civilization um, the race creates. This explains why the rich variety of Western cultures created by white people are all
Well,
unique
well,
projections.
well, we have white people have created a lot of things, like basically everything, right? Everything you just look around you right now. Everything you look at, a white person probably created that. But they created that. They came up with that because they had a home. They had a home. It's like this primal stage of being a human. Right now, we are under threat. We are under attack. We don't have a home. White people, we don't have a country. We don't have a home. It used to be Europe, but not anymore. So I, I think it's going to be very interesting what's going to happen long term. I'm just talking long term here. What's going to happen? Um, because white people, Asians, the Chinese have a home. The Japanese have a home. The Jews have a home. Israel. Nigerians have a home. Germans don't have a home because they have to embrace multiculturalism, diversity, and immigration. So, as absurd as things are going right now, it's going to get an even reaction, and it's not going to be pretty. I think it's going to take a while. It's going to take a couple of decades, but it won't be pretty. White people, we don't have a home right now. Where can we go? Nowhere. We don't have a home. So, um, uh, yeah, don't be surprised uh, of what's coming. Then, I guess. Blue. What do you want to say?
Well, I just want to finish my point. A key concept that we need to get to white people is that every race is different. The reason why the wide variety of Western cultures, why we share we have these curiously recurring Western norms like honesty, like pristine environments, consent for sex, objecting to molesting. These values are not universal, but why are they recurring in every Western culture? It's because they tap into the same shared Western biospirit. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to be around people that share your biospirit. And the reason for that is you derive harmony when your environment reflects your internal expression. So there's nothing wrong with wanting to live in a neighborhood surrounded by white people. Every other race can do that, and they will be celebrated for doing that. The problem is our people are white guilted into and this is where I said that many white people will go and effectuate anti-white outcomes even if they're not anti-white because they feel guilty. They How many conservative events will there will be only one black person and it will be the keynote speaker? It's because they pull him in because they don't want it to be just white people. But there's nothing wrong with wanting to be around white people. It's natural, perfectly natural. We um, we harmonize, and Western civilization becomes stronger the more the highly concentrated white people are. So this is one of the concepts that we need to get to our people so that they know that they are not white guilted into effectuating anti-white outcomes like immigration, like non-white immigration. Blue Flame.
Guys, can you hear me? Is it working? Well, it
Yes.
seems to do so. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to add something. I was just listening in a little. And you know what? There is, in regards to the next generation, I remember when they were saying that about, what do they call them these days? Generation Z. And before that, oh, it is the millennials who are going to solve it. And it's true that there is an upward motion now in white folk understanding that we are hated for who we are or as we are born as. And of course, that's a moral that's sick, needs to be stopped. We get that. Um, but if you want to have the next generation have that awareness in and of itself, you also need to be able to, what is the word I'm looking for? You need to give the youngest generation the parachute to settle down proper, from which they can, it's a bit vague perhaps, from
Yeah, I
which
get
they
it.
can
I get it.
grow themselves into, like in short, basically that they can mature into people with decent skill sets, linked to their personal talents, whatever it's going to
Yeah.
be,
Yeah, I
from
get
which
it.
they can
Yeah.
actually become mentors of their own. Right? I'm also saying it for other people who might be new to this. And so it's all well and good that that upward motion is happening, but it needs reinforcement from those of us who have been in it for, like you have been in it for 5 years. There are people here that I know who have been into it 10 years. Some even that I that I'm aware of have been into it for 3 decades, and then even some who have been into it longer. Right? So a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to make that happen. And but most of those people are also shoved in a corner of society, and maybe even more precisely shadow banned on the internet. And this is something that really needs breaking through. There is way too little. um, I'll have 2 points on this. There is way too
Okay.
little mutual support for one another, and I think most of us can agree on that. And on the other side of that also is, there are so many scumbags who present themselves as caring about our people, but what they
Yeah.
in truth do is they mislead our youths to do stupid things that get them jailed, have their lives ruined, make it impossible to get a job, uh, make themselves look as something that no girl wants to be around for the boys, or vice versa for the girls, that no boy wants them around. And like I would say that, to fill up the conversation here a little bit, this is why I bring it up a little as well, is that this needs addressing too. And I'm not just speaking about, well, let me put it differently.
Go
It's
ahead.
not so much this it's about being proactive, right? We have
Yeah.
to, we have spread the meme pathogens, we have spread the messaging, people start to understand, but there is no enormous effort, or there is no real big effort that I've witnessed, a little bit here, a little bit there, wherein just the snakes among us who pretend to care for whites, but only want to put us in front of their ideological war chariots,
Yeah.
for these
Yeah.
these young whites to be their little white, their war slaves, basically, right?
Can I ask you a
And
question? Can I ask you a question? Where
yeah,
are you,
sure.
where are you from? Which country are you?
That's something I only share to people I'm familiar with for a while.
Uh,
So if you and me know each other for a while longer, I'll share that with you.
yeah, I'm
Fair
just
enough?
curious. Yeah, sure, but I'm just curious.
That's okay.
I think you're like
Maybe someday.
I think you're like Danish or something, but um, of misschien ben je wat Nederlands, weet ik niet. Maar but yeah, go ahead. What's the point?
Right. Well, I guess I'll point towards an effort, a voluntary effort, by the way, that is focused on the homeschooling for white children, free from the damaging messages that get shoved in our children's faces. And that project is called School of the West. And for the interested, it's schoolofthewest.world by Brand Danger. This is something everyone with children, or you have friends with children, or whatever's going to be, you want to look that up. I really recommend it because it sets, it's for all ages, really. You don't even need to be, I mean, in my opinion, even people way into their 50s can learn from what is being shared there. So I definitely wanted to present that for people. And also, I am, yes, that's all I see about of your name.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you say for, that you bring that up. Yes, younger generation starting to learn.
Yeah.
I want to share with that, and I think you'll agree actually, is that we cannot be passive about that. We really have to keep playing well, or do our best to ensure that they land with the right people, not
Exactly.
with some dirt bags that want to use them.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's what I wanted to share for now. But so far, it's been interesting. So cheers, you guys.
Well, exactly. Look, my when I started this Twitter account, for those of you who don't know, uh, I was like kind of pissed off, right? Like, why is nobody doing anything? And so I started this Twitter account and started responding to every to all the stuff going on in the world, and then the replies got a lot of attention, and then I got a lot of followers, etc. We need to be we need to be as curious as possible, but we have to keep in mind, because there's this fault, this bug, may perhaps I'm gonna call it a bug. White people are programmed, but it's bugged. And the bug is you're not allowed to be proud of anything. You're not allowed to be proud. The bug, it's telling us, white people, you cannot be proud of your country, you cannot be proud of your race or your ancestors or whatever, but everyone else is. Realize that everyone around the world is a blood and soil nationalist, except white people, because, oh no, but I'm not a Nazi, you know. So we have to get rid of that that guilt. If the guilt is gone, we can do anything, right? Okay, go ahead.
Reframe.
Yeah, go.
Uh, yeah. So in that regard, there is something to be said, and maybe I should share. I guess it's somewhat of a meme, sort of. There are many in these types of groups who push like in I suppose in the 90s and the early 2000s, and I could be off by some small margin, I suppose. The whole white pride thing, who in the public view was seen as the owners of that, the villain in the anti-white narrative, of course, and because the types who could be have been, what I just spoke of, the misled white youths who were put into an ideological war chariot. They're all standing there with their shaven heads and their combat boots and whatever it's going to be.
Yeah.
And they're basically, they're shouting, they're smashing bottles all over the place, they're drunk out of their wits, whatever's going to be. Yeah, what supposedly, how on earth is the average regular, the average Joe or the average Jane supposed to look at that and think like, yeah, I'm gonna go with that? Well, no. And that anti-whites have funded that. They're gonna stand there like, oh, I love white people. Hell no. Most of them were either misled into believing that themselves, or there were a bunch of types. You even see that like last year or 2 years ago, with these weirdos who suddenly showed up in the US. Well, what was it? Blood something. it's like some of them were, from what I heard, even criminals that were like, you know, a part of their sentence was cut off if they would stand there and say the things they did. It's like, yeah, well, and what that does is that reinforces in average people, average whites who have been sickened, as what Distil was speaking about. You know, they're gonna look at that and it's like, oh, they're real. Oh no, you know, that is the reaction that the average people then get. And if you then genuinely come forward and you want to protect our children, you want to protect, you know, our ways of life and whatever it's going to be, then in the heads of most of these whites who've been exposed to that, they're going to worry that they might even like you, they might even see that you're a good guy, but at the same time, in the back of their heads, the images of these weirdos are going to be in their heads too. And they're going to say, so, yeah, but you can be a good guy and you can mean what you say. But I saw on the TV these weirdos, and if they like smash one of their bottles on your head, then they will be the ones running the show, and I don't like that. And why would they? Right? Um, and yeah, that is something very important to realize. Is a lot of that stuff, also with the 20th century. Bringing up the past of whites essentially wiping each other's out in the millions. It's like, is that something we want to emulate or look back to? I don't. I mean, people seem to forget is that no matter, you know, who was behind what back in the day, it did lead up to whites, you know, knocking each other out in ways
Yeah,
that we're still reeling from today. That is
yeah,
unacceptable, and therefore, even with the best of intentions that there might have been back in the day, it failed. This is not something to repeat. We need
yeah,
something new,
yeah.
and
Just
white wellbeing is the answer.
what we need is just solidarity, white solidarity. That's all.
That is a big part of it.
That's what
Yeah,
we need.
I agree with that.
We
I
we
That
are
is
family, so that's what we need.
I just want to comment on white guilt with specific examples because we need our people to be able um, to defend themselves and inoculate their children against white guilt. And how white guilt typically works is, for instance, they will say, they will come, they won't say whites did slavery, but every story that you see on TV in the movies will be the white people will be the slavers and the non-whites will be enslaved. And what we need to do is point out, teach our children to recognize the anti-white narrative. And the anti-white narrative is simply, it's not only lies, there are truths in the anti-white narrative, but they will omit anything that contradicts the anti-white narrative. And we see that, for instance, in crime. Every crime that contradicts the anti-white narrative is a house crime that we never learn about. And every crime that supports the anti-white narrative is a hate hoax that puts the entire white race on trial forever. Now, once the child recognizes the anti-white narrative, he will start to recognize it everywhere. For instance, in the case of slavery, you can just say that everyone did slavery. In the anti-white narrative, whites did slavery, but in reality, everyone did it until white men ended it. And in this case,
Yeah, actually,
um,
if my argument against for when someone says to me, "Yeah, white people, that y'all did slavery," I'm just saying, look, we fought an entire war and we killed our own people because we couldn't decide yes or no, so we had an entire fucking war about it. That was the American Civil War. And the guys that wanted to abolish slavery won, and now you're free. It's like it's slavery. It's like it's the standard. It's the default. It's the default. Slavery is the default. But white people abolished it. They were like, "Nah, this is that's not that's." This is wrong. Here, no other race would have done that. No other race would have done that. Do you think Asians would have done that? No. Do you think Africans would have done it? No. Do you think Hispanics would have done it? No. Whites did it, and it's our greatest strength. Well, is our greatest flaw, which is our empathy.
And that thing, when you drill into the fact that why is there the reality, and then what you the message that you get from all the media is the opposite of reality. Why is that? And the reason for that is this is the anti-white narrative, and this is even more
Because we are
important
a
than.
culture of shame. We are we shame. We have this guilt. We have that's our culture. We you know
But
other
it's
culture.
artificial. It's artificial. It's given
Yeah,
to
well,
us, and it's perpetuated by people who don't know how to defend against it. And the way to defend against it is
it's
that,
being misused.
yes, and um, our empathy is misused, but the anti-whites who push it are not motivated by empathy. They, for the non-whites, they are motivated by anti-whiteism. They want to victimize us because they are envious of what we achieve. And this is not only limited to non-white anti-whites. White anti-whites who can't
Yeah.
compete also wants to burn us down. And this is why these anti-white white women are always so ugly, because they look at the beautiful white women and they think the only way to compete is to not have that. Um, but what I also wanted to just what I want to mention is another thing that's very insidious. An anti-white will come with the story that look at how well it goes for you. Look at how well are whites doing. And then they will point at the slums full of non-whites who are struggling. And the implication is that we have a lot of unearned wealth and we need to give it to the poor. Now, and this is where um, we need to defend, because um, our the good things that we get, we have to work harder than any non-white to get those same things, because we
They
are
don't
discriminated.
realize that you have to work for something. They don't realize you have to work in order to get something. That's something they don't even grasp.
But for every dollar, for every rand, for every euro, a white person has to work harder than a non-white person, because we are being discriminated against at every level of society. And then when we do well relative to others,
I know.
let's put
Yeah.
it like this: when non-whites do well relative to white people, they are not only celebrated, whites are mocked. When we do well relative
Yeah.
to non-white, we are not celebrated, we are guilted, and it's used as a pretext to victimize
Yeah.
the whites who aren't doing well.
Yeah.
And this
Follow
is
me, by the way. You should follow me. I'm following you right now.
okay. Thank you. I'll get thanks.
Yeah.
Um yes, so when we get our people to recognize the key the psychological warfare, then we will become a people. And when we are a people, think of when if we become a people, there isn't going to be a war, because everyone know what would have happened if all the whites were on the same side in any war that we ever fought. So there isn't going to be a war if we become a people, because people generally like breathing. And if all the whites are on one side, there is no war. There's not going to be any war.
I
But
think there is.
well, I mean, I'm not going to try my hand at divination. But if we, I mean, we have a hard time in front of us because the anti-white regime is
I
expert.
know. I know.
They are
I,
going to keep control. They are going to look at that UK rally. Look at that UK rally, and
yeah, yeah.
ignore the speakers, but the interviews with normal people. Almost everyone, the first thing they said was, "I'm not a racist." This is how deep our people are
Yeah,
in the anti-white narrative.
yeah,
They
yeah.
don't know
True.
how to defend
You're
themselves.
right. Yeah, we have a long way to go, but we are. I think we are making great progress right now. By the way, I saw Jason Koene is here. Jason, do you have anything to say? I'd love to hear you speak. How are you doing, by the way?
Jason?
Jason, are you there?
He seems to have trouble.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me
Yeah.
okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
All right.
Yeah, I
Great.
hear you, Jason. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Just give me about 60 seconds. All right. I'll be
No,
right
go
back.
ahead. Just take your time.
All right. I'll be right back.
All right.
But back
anyways,
on the White Guild, a friend of ours, she came to my house and she started speaking because she just came back from church, and she started speaking about how good white people have it. And remember, I'm in South Africa. So she says, we have it so good. And she's crying about the people who are begging at the robots, who are all black.
we have it so good because we are better and we work harder.
Well, so she's crying about the beggars, and all the beggars that she sees are non-white. So in her little mind, it means that we are taking the food out of their mouth. So I told her, every one of those beggars at the robot, every door in the country is open to them. They just have to show up. Their certificates for anything they want to do is stapled to their birth certificate, their graduate certificate, their degree. They just have to show up. But compare that to my son. Every door is closed to him. He can be the top student in the country. He won't be admitted to any medical facility. So tell me again, who is being victimized and who is being advantaged? Jason?
Great to be. Thank God we are having such a glorious day. One victory after another. Hans, everybody doing a magnificent job. Good to see everybody. Great to see I am yes, you are no. Here in the shade tree today, and so much to talk about. Absolutely. I've been a little busy working here, so I've been kind of in and out hearing the conversation. Just heard, I guess it was Hans talking about his son having so many more hurdles that you have to cross. This has been the way that it has afflicted our people for generations now. I mean, we can go back far further than so many think is the case. So many people think that it starts or it started, this anti-white victimization, as soon as they started noticing it. And the reality is it goes back far, far further. One of the things we teach in the Go Free practice in our community is that you can go back to movies that you would think are black and white movies all the way back and find anti-whiteism there. Find this corrosive effect, the corrosive ideology, the anti-whiteism, working into every aspect of our lives, undermining our people. The discrimination against our people have been in the universities and at workplaces long before everyone of us and our parents were born. I
Yeah.
mean, so many white people are talking about our parents and grandparents, and we heard these complaints through them. Didn't really even know they were complaints, but they would say things like, "Well, best man should get the job," and that was the way so many conservatives, sort of our normal mentality, one of our norms, is the idea that those who work the hardest to pay the most dues should get the reward for it. And this was kind of the refrain for the white race for generations now in this vain and futile effort of pushing back against anti-whiteism. But really, the only pushback that can have any success is what we're talking about right here, and that is becoming a people again. And how do we become a people? That's the ultimate
Yeah.
question.
Good
How do you
question.
become? Yes, it is indeed. How do you become a people? You can't make an argument. This is what I've discovered over the years. Like I say, over 30 years in service to white well-being, involved in countless groups and support of so many different groups, and seeing what fails. The vast majority of what is endeavored, what is tried, is what fails, and it continues to be repeated. So many people perseverate in ideas and notions that fail.
Enlighten us.
Yes, yeah, well, precisely. And so we had to reset. We had to ask, what is it that's working? What will instantiate a situation that will enable the white race to become a people, a single people, and recognize that we are a single people by way of our biosphere, this norm, set of collection of norms that we project into the world that in their collective become what we refer to as Western culture. Now, we have different hues, of course, that's natural. Different contexts, different personalities. But nonetheless, if you were to come from another universe and have a look, you would clearly see that there is a group of people here, a group of animals that wherever they're placed, they create with their instinct the exact same environment. That environment is Western civilization, and it can be
Yeah, yeah.
easily differentiated from the other civilizations of man around the world. So since we can't talk, it's like trying to talk somebody into a religion, like becoming faithful, legitimately faithful, and it's just simply not possible. You have to back people in. Now, fortunately, we have anti-whiteism, and we can play on anti-whiteism with the concepts that we use to understand that our individual well-being is only achievable by way of our group well-being. And that is the fundamental essence of peoplehood, is individual well-being by way of your group's well-being. All of the rest are the accoutrements of peoplehood: language, flag, foods, etc. Fundamentally, individual well-being by way of your people's well-being. And when you endeavor to achieve your people's well-being, to achieve your individual well-being, that is where peoplehood is found. And the groups of people that do that the best, we see are the most successful. So how do you do that? How do you
Yeah, yeah,
become, yeah, how do you become a people then?
yeah,
And it's a
yeah,
complex science, and it's unfortunately it's beyond so many people. But in application, it's actually quite easy, because it is achieved by way of the story that we live our lives in. And if we continue, so many of our brothers and sisters in the West continue to live our lives in this anti-white narrative as the story of the real, the story of what's really going on in the world, and we merely complain about the parts of the story we don't like, we leave the authorship in the hands of anti-white. So then, if
yeah, yeah, yeah,
becoming a people is achieved by way of the story that you live your life in, if that's what it is, then how do you live in a story that is not the story that is inflicted upon us, this anti-white narrative, which
yeah,
is something true, some parts fiction, some parts fictionalized history, etc., all arriving at anti-white conclusions? How then do we get into this different story? Well, the story is determined by way of the concepts that you use to speak about events
hmm
in the world,
hmm
and the
yeah.
lenses you use to interpret new events as they arrive. So
So true.
things like, yeah, exactly, brother, things like the 6 key concepts that we push, and miraculously the people in this community just do an amazing job. But concepts: anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind, white well-being, white erasure. It's merely using these concepts changes the story that you're living your life in, using those concepts to interpret the world around us, not even knowing anything more about the Go Free dialogic. Simply those concepts is enough that if we have a decent percentage of our people, just even a small percentage of our people using these concepts, it will revolutionize the way
Yeah,
life
I
is
agree.
is discussed. And so, I
Yeah,
mean, people
yeah,
like you brother. I am yes. People like you with
Yeah.
your magnificent reach and your contacts, you dropping these concepts is immensely powerful. We have folks who have just a couple hundred followers, and we refer to it, as you know, as swashing, where we go into different environments, famous people of various degrees, and we influence them by using these concepts as though everyone uses these concepts, and we influence their audience, and then as a consequence, their audience, together with ourselves, influence the content creators who might be a little recalcitrant, and we have these magnificent successes, you know, all the way up to
Yeah.
we just had Gavin McInnes literally
It's
make
great.
arguments that are word for word that I make on our Sunday and Wednesday gatherings. I mean, it's just tremendous. And this we're going to be celebrating. I'm going to share it right now so that I am yes can hear about this and know. Tyrus on Fox News literally just took the words out of my mouth as a consequence of all of the efforts of this magnificent community,
DM it.
talking about how, yeah, listen to this, I am yes, you're going to be amazed. He just
All right.
said on the Greg Gutfeld show just 2 days ago
Oh
that
wow.
what we have to know, and now mind you, this is the beauty of the Go Free Dialogic and how wonderfully it works.
Yeah.
Tyrus is not even, I don't know what percentage of white is in him, maybe half at most. But he
Probably.
said, yeah, he said on the Greg Gutfeld show, and you know, the white people, of course, that make it into these environments is self-selecting environments. So most of them are anti-white to some degree. But Tyrus said that we need to call the leftists anti-white leftists, anti-white haters of the white
Very
race.
good.
He
Very.
said it again and again and
Yeah.
again. I came out of my seat, brother. I gotta
Overton
tell you.
window.
Oh
Overton
my God.
window. It's shifting
Huge.
again.
It's just
That's so
absolutely,
fucking massive.
oh my, it is unbelievable. And here's so important about spreading these concepts. By the way, we refer to these concepts. It's not just arbitrary. We use reason and logic to determine what concepts should be employed.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
after
Yep.
that,
Yep.
we apply the scientific method. So we go out into the
Exactly.
world with the concepts,
Exactly.
and then we see, do they work? Do they not work? If they work, they stay. If they don't work, they go. So
Yeah.
we
Man of
arrive at what
science.
exactly. We arrive at what we call a curative contagion. So people want to pick these concepts up
Very good.
because they work for themselves in their conversations with friends, family, and strangers, positioning us morally. But here's the thing that's so exciting about the dialogic and how it works. We don't need to forcefully take over any political party. We don't need to forcefully take over any political government. We can reach every person in society with power, with little power, with money, with little money. We can reach them in their boardrooms, and we can reach them in their political seats, and we can reach them in their think tanks, and we can reach them at the family dinner table, and we can
Yeah.
reach them at the lathe, and that is the power of concepts. That is the power of ideas. And it was concepts and ideas that overthrew Western civilization. It wasn't some army marching over top of us. It was literally ideas. Ideas animate the human
Yeah.
animal. And we have the ideas that circumvent and undermine anti-whiteism, working in every language the white race speaks. Now's the time, and we're so happy to have you here, brother. Man, God bless you. It's so we celebrated you when
I
you
heard it.
got
Yeah.
your, yeah. Oh my God, good. And we want you to be a huge success. And you dropping these concepts, even just like the 6 key concepts here and there in your tweets,
I'm
makes
doing it.
it
Yeah.
normalized. Yeah, for our brothers and sisters, they pick it up then. And here's the most enormous thing: the concepts refocus this new lens on us. And by focusing on us, we're creating a people. By focusing on us rather than merely complaining about others,
Yeah.
we circumvent the
Yeah.
AIDS-like effect on peoplehood, because complaining about other people has been done for generations, and it hasn't worked. It hasn't created a people out of our deracinated or vitiated race.
So
This
true.
is working, man. So big salute. So happy to see you here. But I'll pass it over to you and we get your thoughts back in response, and anybody else who wants to talk. But just a very exciting time. So many victories right now.
Yeah, well, we're just chalking up those W's, right? Um, and the funny thing is, you DM me. Please keep DMing me, by the way, because I love your enthusiasm. So please keep doing that, Jason. Also happy to let you know that the tweet that you were referring to, with the word erasure in it, that got Elon Musk liked that tweet, so it got more exposure. It's the concept of white erasure is in Elon Musk's mind, and he has a direct line to the president, etc. So we are winning. We are fucking winning this thing, and we're playing it smart. We're playing it civil, right? We're not a bunch of assholes. We're just doing science, like you said. We're doing science, logic, and reason. That's it.
Yeah,
Thanks, Jason. That was great.
please go ahead, Hans.
I never had people who'd articulated so succinctly and clearly. I have it. I'm going to play this back later.
And Jason is a real. He's one of us. He's such a valuable person, and I pray for him every day. And we should all be praying for each other in that regard.
Hundred percent agree with that, brother. And I was on a space just the other day, and thankfully I was alerted to it. Heather McDonald, the magnificent, the renowned Heather McDonald, Manhattan Institute fellow, and she was on a space with a German politician. I was able to jump on that space for a little bit, got an opportunity to speak with her, and everything that I shared from the Go Free lexicon and dialectic, she fully embraced, and she absolutely went with it. This reaches all hearts in the white race. It's moral, it's honorable, it's
Yeah,
legitimate,
yeah,
and therefore, from her seat of influence, of erudition, she is speaking to more and more people, and she hasn't always been this way. It's a natural
yeah,
segue, though. It's a natural
yeah,
segue to go
yeah,
from pushing back against anti-whiteism in its various forms and in its various names that they take for themselves, which of course we never give to them. We give them the names of our taking because we are a people, we are a moral people, and we will defend ourselves. But by doing
yeah.
this, good white people, ordinary white people who are in the military, in the police departments, in the government, in white people who are working as lawyers, as janitors, as carpenters, they are all able to immediately embrace this and get this. And that's, by the way, I am yes, when over the years, as I began formulating the first little pamphlet of Go Free and working forward, I made sure that these concepts worked with all of the blue collar folks that I worked with, all of the white collar folks that I worked with. They had to immediately understand what was being said. They didn't need me to explain. It wasn't like some new
Yeah.
neoterized word that I was giving to them, and then I had to give them
Mhm.
some sort of. They immediately got it.
Yeah.
And brother, you should see the looks of on their faces. Their eyes grow wide when they suddenly realize there are concepts out there that that they can use to defend themselves, describe our world, describe our victimizer, where they can finally be the moral actor at that dinner table, you know, with the Aunt Betty, who is normally so anti-white,
Feels
and
so
she's
good.
going
That
to.
feels so good.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I
Exactly.
love that.
Precisely. So it's these epiphanic moments when they when our brothers and sisters get this. Now, it's definitely been and will continue to be, but with heroes like you, we gain so much more wind in the sails. It's an uphill struggle because the anti-white narrative is everywhere. You know, the anti-white narrative, people conclude, must be the real world. And so you must act within that narrative. You must use their concepts that they promulgate to you. But indeed, every single one of those concepts that an anti-white will use on us victimize us. They position us in a way, but this is the thing that so many people don't truly get. Every one of these concepts come with unspoken premises. And when you use these concepts, the concepts given us by the anti-whites, you are legitimizing this slew of unspoken premises that everyone knows and are associated with the concept, and that which undermines our defense of ourselves. The reverse is true for the concepts that we use in service to white well-being. We provide you with a slew of unspoken premises that empower us in our conversations with anti-whites. I mean, it's such a simple thing, brother. Over the years, I was like, I need a way that I can beat people in conversation that is easily adopted by all kind of white people wherever they live, easily picked up by them, doesn't require
every white person I speak to personally.
Yes.
Within 5 minutes they're on my side. Within 5
Yes.
And because like we are morally right in this. It's actually a moral case.
100%. We have every right, and I briefly heard Hans making the great argument earlier, and I think maybe a Blue Flame as well, about our peoplehood, our environments, our countries. We need to be talking about how we've created these countries. We've created these environments. We need these environments. We need these norms. We need our histories. We need our statues. We need our music. We need our norms when it comes to policing and justice. We need our norms when it comes to the relationship between a man and woman, and how a family should operate, and relationships between people and animals, and relationships between adults and children. All of these things are in our world because they are in us first. And when those things are altered, our environments become disharmonic with our being. It becomes uncomfortable, and that is an injury inflicted on our daily existence.
Yeah, it's like an unnatural. It's unnatural, actually.
So,
Yes,
yeah.
I want to highlight a mechanism that anti-whites often use, is that they will frame our victimization as well-being for someone else. For instance, they will discriminate against white males in admissions and hiring, but they will frame it as diversity, inclusion, equity, things like that, that are positive terms. Now, in the same way, but why do they do that? They do that because white people require a moral framework to function. So they frame our victimization in moral terms.
Why do they do that?
Why
do white people do that? Because deep down, they all already know they're better. I mean, we're better.
I would.
Well, I call it a thinking error. So you're thinking on behalf of the other person, and
but
we
not,
should turn that around.
You mean that because we think they are vulnerable and we are not vulnerable, but that's an anti-white meme pathogen because we are vulnerable.
Yeah, well, we are made to believe that we are taught to empathize with another person of another race.
Yes, but it's selective empathy, because we never empathize with white people, and that's
exactly. And that's why we have the moral high ground right now, because
we must take it.
We must take it.
So think about how the anti-white morality works. It's a thought chain. It's a thought chain that starts with the idea that non-whites are vulnerable in Western civilization, which is false because every law is against us. Then the second
Yeah,
step is that the well-being of white people is linked to the detriment of other groups. Now, if you put those two things together, which are both false, by the way, then white people come to the conclusion that the well-being of white people is immoral because it's necessarily linked to the ill-being of vulnerable people. Now, we we can break the
be,
anti-white
yeah,
morality by breaking either of those two statements that it depends on. Either the fact that whites are that non-whites are vulnerable, or the fact that the detriment, the well-being of white people is linked to the detriment of non-whites, which is not the case. Because if you think about um, kicking non-white intruders out of your country, those non-white intruders are anti-whites. It's not innocent non-whites um, that are now feeling the consequences of white well-being. Those are anti-whites who came as intruders into our country, and we are kicking them out because they are harming our well-being. Now, back to the original point that I made, that anti-whites always frame our victimization as well-being for someone else because that's what works on white people. Now, when we defend, we must use the same principle. When we defend, we must focus our defense on the well-being of white people instead of the ill-being of non-whites. This is why we say we don't focus on the non-white intruder that's coming into our country. We are focusing on the anti-white effects on our society, on the fact that now we, the white taxpayer, has to be victimized to pay for this non-white. The the young white male is denied a job in the NHS because the non-white must get the job now. So we are victimized on multiple dimensions. We are physically victimized. Our daughters are raped and murdered. We are psychologically
yeah.
victimized because
We're we're fucking
so on every
ourselves.
dimension, yes. So this is absolutely focused on our well-being because that's what works on white people. Well-being, focus on the well-being. Anti-whites do it because they want to win. We must do it because we want to win. But the difference is we have the moral position. Their position is fundamentally
Exactly,
immoral. And when you
exactly.
force them, when you bring, for instance, no anti-white will put himself into a position where he has to confirm or deny his anti-whiteism, because the moment he's in that conversation he has to lose, because you define what he must do to prove that he's not anti-white. This is why they will not entertain a conversation where you claim that white erasure harms the well-being of white people. They don't want to be in that conversation because they will always lose. And this is the if we can change the societal conversation from what it currently is, which is every conversation starts with the question, is it racist? We need to change the conversation to, is it anti-white? When the conversation starts with that question, then we win.
Exactly. There's that's the key to all of this. We have a moral, we are morally superior. We just are. That's why we ask these questions, right? They don't even ask that there's not even a concept in their minds about this. They just hate us. But if we can get enough white people to feel this moral this moral superiority, there's we will win. I mean, only we have this trait. So
I have,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
if I have seen a white guilted white woman go with righteous fury and talk about uh, um, an orphanage who was denied white taxpayer rands because there were too many white children. And the way I did it was, instead of focusing on the non-white children, I told her it's not because there's not enough black people. It's because there are too many white children. And now she was in a moral position. And this white guilted woman, she's a mother. She was filled with righteous fury, and she took on that orphanage. No, not the orphanage, but the anti-white regime who was denying the orphanage the white taxpayer rands. And this is the difference that it makes when you are the hero in your story instead of the villain in the anti-white narrative. Because now you have a foundation to stand on, and they can see that. They can see that
Yeah,
there's not going to be any
they
giving.
know. And that's the key. I mean, as soon as we as a collective embrace our moral superiority, then we can do anything, right? We can do anything we want.
It might, if I could just jump in really quickly, it might be just a matter of our morality, because in my view,
That's what I said.
right, in yeah, and I'm agreeing with you. Just to tack on to what you said, that in my view, there isn't a like universal morality. Every race
Yeah,
of people, every group of man has a different instinct. We call it, biospirit. Everybody can think of that as instinct, just like any other animal on the planet. And as a consequence, we have different moralities, and sometimes those moralities are similar, sometimes they're identical, and sometimes they're very different. So in the final analysis, if we just embrace exactly who and what we are, what we project into the world, that these are our norms, these are our moral sentiments, our moral sensibilities, and they won't be trampled upon, and we won't be talked out of them, and we won't disavow them as something that is sort of cosmic or universal and applies to everyone, because that's where real danger is, is when we claim that through disavowal, that our moral system, our moral matrix is not ours. When we do that, we end up with what we refer to as a sort of biological tragedy of the commons,
yeah,
because
and a guilt complex.
yeah, oh, absolutely. White guilt is easily inflicted on us then, because then if we don't own the morality as part and parcel of our physical, spiritual being, rather as something that is universal and doesn't belong to us, then we don't defend it as though it's part of our physical and psychic and spiritual being. We need to realize as a people that our morality is of and who we are, and that any attack on our morality to claim that something
Yeah,
else should supplant it, or et cetera, is literally attack on our being. When we
exactly.
understand it this way,
Yeah,
we come to the defense of that morality. We can't keep disavowing, and this is one of the problems, and I'm sure so many people who are listening, they get this. They look at the right wing or the conservative movements across the West, and we see this incessant desire to disavow everything that everything that we've done, every way that we have always lived, all of our norms. We disavow them in these conservative movements in this absolutely feckless and vain attempt to get for others from around the world to adopt those things, to get others from around the world to see those things as not ours and there for anybody
yeah,
to
but
pick
they
up. But
don't
then as a
have them.
consequence,
They don't have those concepts.
yes, exactly. It's not the same. And I don't even claim that there is a right or wrong for the universe. I'm concerned with the right or wrong for our people. I'm concerned with the right or wrong at the end of the day for our well-being. when you have this disavowal, one of the biggest pieces of evidence that the disavowal of all of our history, of all of our sensibilities is in effect, is that in the conversations across the West with conservative types of people, you get this claim by anti-whites that white people have no culture and conservatives are therefore unable to argue what is ours because they've spent their entire life and their entire ideology disavowing everything that we've done, everything that is ours, everything that is one of our norms. They then literally are left empty-handed saying, I guess we don't have a culture. One of the most insane and infernal situations that we see across the West. We need to own these things. Our morality is our morality, and no one can take that away from us. And we will defend that morality, whether this group over here or that group over there likes it or not, or they want to argue for something a little bit of different. We see here in the United States, of course, it's been happening in Europe for a very long time. A big shocker here in the United States to see Islamicists influencing the governance of our towns, and they have Sharia law being implemented. That's not our morality. That can be their morality. Their morality will not stand in our countries. If they want their morality to be pervasive, they need to leave immediately, return to the places whence they came, or biologically, biospiritually whence they came. I don't care where they were born. I don't care what paper they have in their pocket. If you don't like the way we do things here, if you don't like our standards, if you don't like our norms, and you want it to be a little bit more in tune with what you are biospiritually, then you got to get the hell out. That's got to be our position. But I'll pass it back. It's a great conversation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think you could even do it more, draw more extreme comparison. Like, for example, let's imagine you're the United States. You're a white country, right? You're basically a European country. You're a new European country. You build an infrastructure. You build cities. You build an economy, etc. And then at a certain point, you're like, okay, you know what we should add? Millions of Africans. You know what? You know what that, and that's happening, right? Um, and because we think this is a thinking error that many white people have. We assume that other people of third world countries, we assume that they have the same moral palette. They have the same moral standards. And the sick joke of it all is they don't even, the answer to that question is they don't even have our moral, that we don't even share the same morals or values. They don't even have a concept of it. They don't even have any morals. It's like, because if you look at the history of white people, which is basically the history of the world, okay? You look, let's say it started with the Roman Empire, and then we had the Dark Ages, and then we had the bubonic plague, and then we had the Renaissance, and then we created the steam engine, and then we created the printing press, and then we created created electricity, and then we created an airplane, and then that's a natural way of evolving. We're like if you look at evolution, and I believe in that theory, by the way, if you look at the evolution of mankind, white people are the best naturally evolved species. In Africa, if you, for example, we have a shared history which goes back thousands of years, like I just described, back to the Roman Empire. If you import thousands or millions of people from Africa, they didn't even invent the wheel. But we expect them to have to share the same morals, the same values. It's completely insane. And why do we think? Why do so many white people think this way? It's because it's like a fish. We're a fish that can't detect water. It's like it's so normal. Everything it's we we that's our blind spot, is that we expect other people to be able to be like us. No, they didn't even invent the wheel. They're thousands of years behind. You expect them to share the same morals? Morals? We only established these morals because we invented the wheel, the steam engine, the printing press, electricity, a car, gasoline. So it's like that's my take on immigration, I guess. You're getting people, you're importing people to your country, and you expect them. It's like importing people from the Stone Age. Would you, if let's assume, okay, the entire planet, it was just one race. Everyone was white. But in Europe and America, they were more advanced, like we are. Would you import people from Africa that are still in the Stone Age, that didn't even invent it? It's not even about it's not even about race. It's about human nature and evolution. It's like we've and that's this thinking error that I slap myself or other white people, like, you don't understand that they don't understand. We have to be. It's something a lot of white people currently gladly are waking up to, but that's what we've been doing for decades now. We've been importing people from the Stone Age, before the wheel was invented. And they don't care about the economy. So they have like 5 children or 10. Meanwhile, we have 1 or 2. So we're being outnumbered. It's like this, we have this thinking error. And it has always been our greatest, the way we think has always been our greatest strength. But right now, it's being misused by forces of evil. I'm not going to name it, but you know what I'm talking about. Misused to destroy us. And my personal experience is, if I talk about with a white person, a fellow white person, about this, and they're not into this stuff, but I talk about it, and they're like, not a single exception, every white person I've talked to personally is like, you're right. Oh, I thought you were like a Nazi. I thought you were like this super radical right wing extreme. No, it's just it's it's literally science. Why do we think we're God? It's like we're cheating on God with this stupid stuff. Um, so that's why I also have hope in the future that for our race and our people, white people, is because the majority of white people just don't know. They're not aware of how retarded the rest of the world is.
Yeah, let me jump in and
Okay,
expound a
go
little bit
ahead.
really quickly on what you're saying there, because I think it is the way I view this is that it's even worse than just saying that some of these groups might not be competent enough to operate in our civilization, our Western civilization, because I don't think there's a linear path. In other words, I don't think for all of the peoples of man. I think the peoples of man are all on different paths. And as a consequence, there is no point at which Group A or Group B, some other groups of mankind, would eventually, over time or what have you, become Westmen, men and women. I don't think that's the case. They are uh, biospiritually different from us. And here's where I see
Yeah,
the power. Yeah, here's where
you cannot cheat nature. You cannot cheat God.
correct. Yes, exactly. So here's where I see the strength of that view, which I believe, incidentally, also is the accurate view. The strength is that we can't be argued out of excluding that which is harmful to us with examples of one-offs. In other words, for example, a lot of the people coming from India are on the right side of their bell curve. So they have billions, of people in India, and they are producing more every single day. Their average IQ, as I understand, is around 85 points, but the people coming are on the right side of their bell curve. So they're going to have those people coming are going to have an average much closer to ours, and there are going to be many more that have even a higher IQ than the average IQ of the white race, and certainly their brightest will come if the corporations, these anti-white corporations, are allowed to bring them into the West. They'll bring their brightest. Well, what does this mean? That means that they'll be able to memorize the different tasks, the different duties, etc., that are required of them in whatever business industry they get themselves into with this IQ. They'll be able to maybe innovate to some small degree, nothing like we've been able to innovate over the years. They'll be able
Create.
to white erase us. Correct. They'll be able to white erase us in so many jobs, because if you bring in an Indian with an IQ of 115, 120, he's going to be able to pick up the tasks he needs to perform quickly. But at no point
Yeah,
will he ever be able to project Western norms into the world, because he is not a
yeah.
Westman. He is not a white man. Or
He
she
is
is not
not
a white woman.
he or she is not evolved by nature to be like us.
Right. Just a fundamentally different, just
Yeah,
as like
it's
I could not.
fundamentally.
Exactly. I could not go to India, and with my IQ, I could certainly go to India, pick up any job, any task, and replace or displace, supplant some Indian person in India. But no matter how much I imitated the Indians, I could never reproduce
Yeah,
their culture, reproduce their norms. I
yeah.
instinctually would reproduce my
Yeah.
norm.
You cannot
Western
you
norms.
cannot cheat nature. That's what we're talking
Exactly.
about here. We're talking
Yes.
about evolution, nature, science, God. You cannot cheat God. You cannot.
Right. So
I,
exactly. But you can't, and this is the other thing, brother, when you have these arguments where we don't highlight the fundamental differences of peoplehood, of kind, when we don't highlight, when we don't stay focused on that, then you end up with conversations where people say, but there are going to be black people, there are going to be
Yeah,
Arabs
yeah,
that are nice
yeah,
and that are able to do these jobs and everything,
yeah,
and then you get trapped.
yeah.
Then you get trapped with how do you exclude, or how do you reduce the overall number of these people in your countries? And so many white people lose these arguments as a consequence of that. So focusing on the fundamental difference of biospirit is the way to
Yeah.
win these arguments, because by talking about biospirit, we were talking earlier
And
about the
it's
unspoken
literally,
premise.
sorry for interrupting you, but
It's
it's
okay.
literally backed by science and history. It's written. It's
History
it's
is
it's it's
yes.
written that it's not like I'm fucking putting this out of my fucking ass. No,
Right, right.
this is based on real evidence.
Yes, yes, and everyone can see, the most dullard, mid-witted white person out there, even midget-witted white person out there can see that everywhere that white people have gone, we create Western civilization. Everywhere black people go, they create black civilization. Indians, Indian civilization. Asians,
Yeah,
Asian civilization. Now, what do we see? This is
exactly.
important to give the people so that they can use this. This little two concepts: numerical courage and numerical diffidence, because you're going to be confronted with the questions and the arguments that, well, we have a population 1% or less of Chinese in this city, and they're wonderful people and they get along. They are in a state of numerical diffidence, cowardice. They are afraid to project their norms into our world because we are numerically superior. Now, by the way, just by the way, when it comes to these two concepts, it doesn't just come down to the numbers, because ideology can empower and it can also disempower. Anti-whiteism and ideology is disempowering the white race. So we are actually far weaker than our overall numbers. Islam empowers Arabs, for example, and many blacks, so that they can have smaller numbers and have more courage as a consequence. So you can have a scenario
Yeah,
where you have a certain percentage of this type or that type of another people group, a non-white group in our civilization, and they are comporting themselves to our norms as best as possible. But when they reach this critical point of numerical courage, they stop caring about comporting themselves to our norms. They start projecting
yeah,
their biospirit
yeah.
into
I
the
think
environment.
we're already past that point. I
And
think.
many, oh yeah, across the West in so many places. And
Yeah,
here's the thing, though: the anti-whites argue as much. And so this is something else that empowers us when we have these conversations. Anti-whites have been telling us our whole lives that the different non-white groups don't feel comfortable in our environments because our environments look like us. That's true. We don't feel comfortable in their environments because their environments don't look like us. The
yeah.
human animal
It's
is
nature. We
it's
are
nature.
animals. It's nature.
It's absolutely nature. We seek to have reflected back at us what we have inside of us. When we go other places around the world, we can appreciate. Certainly, we could go and look at some of the achievements in Asian countries and
Yeah,
appreciate and marvel
yeah,
at the things that they've
yeah,
accomplished. But we never feel at home. We never feel
yeah,
that it comports with our morality. Very
yeah,
powerful concepts for people to take with them after they hear this conversation
yeah.
into their lives.
Jason,
And um,
I just want to jump in with Jason mentioned how important ownership is, and I am yes talked about how uh, our thinking is exploited by anti-whites. So think about the fact that um, anti-whites tell us that what non-whites create belongs to them, and what whites create belongs to everyone. The reason why they do that is then white men don't defend what they don't own. So if everything that we create belongs to everyone, we're not going to defend it. If you think about our norms, norms like consent for sex, these norms are not universal. We created these norms because we need them to stay healthy. We decided that we are going to give women the decision for sex. If men make the decision, we call it rape and we kill them. Now, others don't operate like that, but this is our norm. We need, and when white men realize that this is our norm that we created, then we will defend it. Then LGBT cannot come and break our white nuclear family apart, because we to balance that norm of giving that enormous power to white females, we say, okay, we make the white man the leader in the family. And this is the white nuclear family. Now LGBT cannot come and break our family apart, because when they attack our norms, they attack our people, i.e., LGBT is anti white. And in this way, we will defend what we own. And let me tell you that incredible feat of Elon Musk, where the rocket was captured by these two arms. This was an achievement of Western civilization that could not have happened with that long tower of white men
Can you
that stood up.
imagine an African country doing this? No way.
But I can take that further. Look at the norm, like a Western norm, like honesty. That norm is not shared by any other race, including the Chinese and the Japanese. Eastern Asians has this concept of the three faces. Everyone has a public face that he shows for the world. Then he has a private face that he shows to only his closest friends. And then he has his real face. This is not a Western norm. Other races think honesty is stupidity, and they will articulate it like that. This is very stupid. You are being very stupid. But honesty is one of those norms that,
Yeah,
strangely, I think,
yeah,
is fundamental to Western civilization.
yeah. You're
Uh,
absolutely right.
so it's independent of achievements. It is it's hardwired into our biospirit. This is us, and we hate it when we are in an environment where that is not the norm. So it goes across all races, and we need to take ownership of these norms and defend them like the property they are. A white man, we don't defend what we don't own, and our women needs to realize that if she wants to go be independent and go on her own and be successful, your man is not going to defend you against the monsters, because you are not property. That's how it works.
I think what a lot of people don't realize is that if white people are gone, just imagine right now on this, we're on a planet, okay? We we went to the moon and we're going to Mars now. If imagine what kind of future, what would the future of humanity be without white people? It's not just for the sake of humanity. White people must exist just for the sake of humanity alone.
Well, if you think about it, Wales wouldn't be here um, if whites didn't care about their extinction. If we had to survive from the Chinese, the whales would be farmed out. So every living thing is going to feel it if the West falls. So not only is standing against anti-whiteism the only moral position, it's in everyone's best interests, because if the West falls,
Exactly.
everyone is going.
That's my point. It's in humanity's interest that white people exist.
100%. Let me jump in really quickly because I'll be able to keep listening, but for about 30 minutes or so, I won't be able to chat. But I wanted to share really quickly. I don't know how much longer you all intend to go, but I will be here, but I won't be able to chat for about 30 or so minutes. But I did want to share because immediately as I am yes said what he said about humanity benefit, it immediately reminded me of something I wrote in my book, Born Guilty. And I'll just read this really quickly because it's perfect. It fits perfectly with what was just said. Quote, we have a special role in the world. There is no Western civilization without Western kind, and no other civilization has done more to benefit and elevate humanity. The world needs us to be proud, to do what we do best, to create order from chaos, knowledge from ignorance, liberty from tyranny, comfort from suffering, beauty from ugliness. The world needs us. Close quote. So
Exactly.
I'm going to step away, but I can continue to listen here and out, in and out. But God bless everybody. God bless I Am Yes. Wonderful conversation taking place, and I will be back shortly.
Jason, God bless you. Thank you. I also have to I have to be somewhere in about 30 minutes, but I can be back if you guys want. So I'm gonna leave the space for now. Thank you all, and we're gonna win. Okay, take care. Bye bye.
Take care. Thank you. So there's one thing that um, a discussion that I listened to was apparently the social scientist Erich Kaufmann, he he remarked on the situation in the UK where um, so this is now how he's framing it. He's framing it inside the anti-white narrative. So he says they in the UK minorities are advantaged and majority is disadvantaged. And then he comes up with this new concept that he calls asymmetric multiculturalism. But of course, it's just anti-whiteism. Because think about South Africa, where I am. It's the opposite in South Africa. In South Africa, the majority is advantaged and the minority is disadvantaged. So it's also asymmetric multiculturalism, but it's in the opposite direction. So you can just call it anti-whiteism and be done with it. Why invent these new terms that are just abstractions? Because that asymmetric multiculturalism doesn't tell you who is being harmed. Um, it's an abstraction, and this is what conservatives do all the time because they are afraid to defend us because they accepted the anti-white morality that it's immoral to care about the well-being of white people, and this is because they just don't feel it. They feel immoral when they defend us, and this is why they invent these abstract terms so that they don't have to talk about white people. But when you say it's anti-whiteism, everyone knows. Everyone knows. Everyone knows that you care about white people if you say that, and that's the problem. They don't want anyone to know that they care about white, even though they do. And the irony of the situation is anti-whites see through all of that. They have a radar. They have a radar for anyone who cares about white people, and they will then sling the anti-white slurs to you. Um, and from their perspective, you are immoral in two dimensions. First of all, you are immoral because you care about white people. Second of all, you are immoral because you are dishonest about it. And in that second observation, they are entirely correct. So take the moral position and be unashamedly um, uh, white positive, where you care about the well-being of white people. It's the most moral thing to do. It is the most noble thing to do to care about your own well-being. And when you put it like that, people will realize, yes, it's true, because they will apply that to other races and they'll see. Other races are celebrated when they care about the well-being of their people. And the same applies to us. Dignity for all, even Western kind. Vice Spirit, any comments?
I haven't said anything for so long. My goodness. This has been a really good space today. And do you have another topic that you wanted to go on to, or what is your plan your plan, Hans? Well, I guess his plan was to hand the mic to me. So um, I thought that was a great conversation between Jason and I am yes, you are no. It was great to have somebody that is has such an immense following and pull coming towards our community and white well-being and sharing the lexicon and agreeing with what we're putting out there into the world. It's very, very. I'm just overjoyed by it. So, are you back yet, Hans? Did you have a particular direction you wanted to take the topic in?
Well, I gave the most beautiful and engaging speech, but I was muted. So no, I did. I am this. Yeah, I've this. We've discussed all the points that I wanted to discuss. But let me just have a quick review. Oh yes, I did want to. I'm going to put the link in the. It's that there was something about that Ezra Levant thing I wanted to discuss. Let me just get to. I'm on PC, so the Jumbotron is a bit more difficult to work with. I will. Okay, let's just put this in. Just hold on. Okay. Okay, it should appear on the far left, the Jumbotron. All right. So this is that instance where Ezra Levant revealed that the Richard Warman, which is a white male, an anti-white male, he spent years disguising himself as a neo-Nazi, and where he basically hate hoaxed the white race in these forums, and goaded the people into making incriminating statements. But what I wanted to highlight was the injury is not so much the individuals that he entrapped. The injury is against the entire white race, because every one of these um, incidents that he instigated, hate hoaxed all of us because normal white people see this. And this is where I say it's critical to break that link in white people's minds, that anti white meme pathogen that tells them that our well being is linked to the detriment of other groups. And things like this, where this guy went onto forums and he made statements. He slandered other races, and then he goaded the audience to repeat what he said so that he can incriminate him. But what normal people see when they see this is they see that, oh yes, this confirms the anti-white narrative that we are all evil and we just want to harm non-whites. Or they make that link that anyone who cares about white people also wants to harm white people. And the reality is, as usual, an inverse of the anti-white narrative, because Ashley Giordino, she's no friend of white people, but her research shows that the almost 50% of normal white people have a positive white identity. And those 50%, if you control for racial animus against other groups, that 50% falls to almost zero. In other words, there is almost no overlap between white people with a positive white identity and white people with racial animus towards other groups. So it's actually the inverse. But this garbage anti-whites like Richard Warman, his whole life is spent hate hoaxing us and reinforcing this anti-white meme pathogen. And this is why I wanted to just put this. I know we discussed this before, but I wanted to highlight because Ezra Levant, he did a good thing here by revealing this, but he's doing a bad thing by not identifying who is harmed here, because he's whining about non-whites are not being helped by this anti-hate group. This is not the harm that is done. The harm that is done is millions of white people are put into the seat where they are the guilty one once again. We are white guilted, hate hoaxed. How many um, normal white people are hit with bike locks on the street because some anti-white, non-white saw this thing, saw those comments on the forums, and thought, I'm going to get some back. How many white babies were murdered, were raped because the anti-white monster felt morally justified to do those acts? So no, Ezra. And the fact that Ezra Levant doesn't identify correctly who is harmed here, it it contributes to the dehumanization of white people that causes these things in the first place. So he's dehumanizing us because the implication is our victimization doesn't matter. It's not legitimate. So yes, thanks Ezra for highlighting this travesty, this miscarriage of state power, of anti-white regime power. But no thanks for dehumanizing us by not mentioning the true victimized in this instance. It was exactly the same in that Justice Smollett case. The anti-white judge, he enumerated everyone who was harmed by Justice Smollett's hate hoax. So he went through the entire list of people who, and guess what? He doesn't mention the white race, the primary, not only the primary victimized party, but the targeted one. This was the target of Justice Smollett. He doesn't mention us. And that, and so what's happening in the heads of every white male and every white female? Our victimization is not legitimate. We are being dehumanized in our own minds by things like this. And just wanted to, because we didn't discuss that angle of this incident last time. Three Godfather.
I think of Irina Zarutska. What was going through the mind of her killer? Was he thinking, oh, well, she's probably sitting online posting some anti-black garbage. I'm going to go ahead and kill her. How many times a day does that happen where we are victimized because of these hate hoaxes? Dozens, hundreds? That football player that went and piled and fractured the spine of that young white man. Why did he do that? What was he thinking? Probably the same thing. He thinks, well, it's a white guys. They get this thing in their mind that we're all out to do evil things. So then, of course, any victimization of us is worthwhile. It's retributive. So absolutely spot on, Hans.
Biospirit?
Yes, and the governments of every Western country are doing things like this. So in the United States, we have the FBI and other government agencies who specifically try to go into any group or organization uh, and get people to say things so that they can then say that they have found that they have the basis for what they keep telling in the media, which is that the the biggest threat to our country are um, white men, white extremists, which is a total fabrication, total falsehood. But when you have anti-white organizations like the ADL, for instance, who are working hand in hand with our government agencies and specifically telling them that what they need to go after and what they need to look for is evil white people, then their jobs are like dependent on finding it, and so um, they they start making it up, and you see this where there's just like unlimited amounts of money and energy resources that go into trying to prove this anti-white concept that white people are the evil ones, that we are the ones that are responsible for anything that goes bad or goes wrong in the West. And they have to make it up. They have to make a hate hoax out of it because it just doesn't exist. I was thinking about that. The guy Jason talks about, the helmet guy. Um, what was his name? James Mark or something like that. And
John Mark.
John Mark, that was it. See, I had a friend named James Mark, so that's I always get that confused. And so John Mark was, I think, one of those kinds of setups like that, where they even created the entity, the group, and then got in there and started to get people riled up and talking about things that um, we just call Fed posting. So it's we see it in the UK, we see it in Australia, we see it in Europe. It's all over the place, and they're so desperate to make us into the villains that we see them in the United Kingdom, where they're knocking on people's doors because they said something in a social media post that's so tame that it makes you laugh, but then they put people in jail for months or years over it. So yeah, it is a very big deal that we're being persecuted in this way. So thanks for bringing it up, Hans.
The wasn't it revealing the fact that the anti-white monster who murdered Irina, he repeated twice, I got that white girl. How many conservatives named the attack anti-white? And the anti-whiteism is not only in the murderer. Irina, that nervous look that she gave to the side when she realized that she's surrounded by the most angelized race and they are not rushing to come to her aid as she expected. And it was almost like she felt she wasn't worthy to call for help. She just looked nervously to the side and then put her face in her hands. So, and the anti-whiteism doesn't stop there because there's a long chain of people involved who put that monster behind her with a knife in his hand. A long line of anti-whites. It's not only the judge, it's not only the prosecutor, it's every voter who voted for those policies. So this is the thing, part of the thing I think that shocked our people is seeing some non-white bystander taking out his photo, his phone, and taking video of the blood running from under the seat. Watching how these bystanders have doesn't display the least bit of concern for a beautiful young white woman who is dying alone. And no one calls it anti-white. And it's all anti-white. I mean, she came into that car, and every white woman knows how this works. When you are in a white erased environment, you must not look beautiful. You must look invisible because there are a percentage of non-white anti-whites who are enraged by white beauty, filled with pathological envy. So she came there trying to look invisible, sat down. She was trained from birth that white women use good behavior as a shield against bad things happening to her. But that shield doesn't work. It works in a white country with white norms. Three Godfather.
I honestly don't know what else to say. Um, and the thing is when she makes that look, she's already dead and doesn't know it yet. That look of surprise of, what did I do wrong? And the only thing she did wrong was be white in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's all I got.
Spirit.
Yeah, one of the things you were talking about, Hans, I wanted to fortify a bit more, which is the long list of anti-whites who are responsible for it. And I was thinking about this again this morning because I was listening to um, a what do you call it? One of the government people was giving their blah 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 about the trucking incident that happened the other day, where the Indian rammed his truck into yet another car and maimed and killed people. And he's coming out. This is the transportation uh, administration head, and this is the second time that he's had the press in front of him. And rather than holding the people accountable who are putting these monsters on our roads, who are repeatedly killing people, maiming people, are he's just going back to saying these things like this is wrong. This shouldn't be happening. This is an emergency. Well, we know all this. So why aren't you holding the people who are responsible for it accountable? Why aren't you arresting the people who issued the licenses? Why aren't you making a blanket statement and saying that all of these people are leaving the country tomorrow? I mean, it was just so infuriating to listen to it. And once again, the people who are supposed to be in charge of making sure that that our people are safe and not harmed are once again not doing anything. This is why when I wrote the petition about Irina, I specifically mentioned that we have to hold the people who were responsible for her murder accountable, and they have to be held as co-conspirators in her murder. And those are the judges and the elected officials and all of the people down the line who made sure that that monster was back out on the street harming white people yet again. And it's the same thing with these people that they're putting into trucks. 18,000-pound trucks going down our highways and obliterating our people. This has to stop. And it doesn't stop unless it is called out for what it is, which is intentional, systemic anti-whiteism that is being inflicted upon our people. And it's got to end. So thank you for bringing this up again, Hans. You've always got very, very good topics.
You know, Boy Spirit, what's truly tragic is that non-white, anti-white driver of the truck, he has been helped at every step from when he put his foot into Western civilization by middle-aged white ladies who thought that they were doing a good thing by helping along and bending the rules for someone who they saw as being vulnerable. They were aiding in the victimization of our people because they are inside this anti-white morality where um, our victimization doesn't matter. You can bet that those women and those men, males, who helped these people along, they knew in some dark corner of their mind, they knew that this is going to harm someone and it's probably going to be our people. And they shoved it aside because our victimization doesn't matter. People like Ezra Levant, with his casual dehumanization of our people, it's working inside our minds, and we need to be cognizant of the fact that we are not immune to that. We are affected. We are affected by every hush crime because what's going on inside your mind when you see that the regime ignores the rape of a white girl, you in your mind, our people are being dehumanized because the implication is that our victimization is not legitimate. And you need to fortify yourself against that. And this, I mean, it's hard, and we don't know what we should have been, because we are like fish in this anti-white narrative. We are living inside it. We cannot comprehend what it would have been to grow up into a healthy society. We cannot comprehend that, but we want to give that to our children. And Three Godfather, or I think Blue Flame mentioned it, a step into that direction is, unfortunately, currently, if you can, if it's at all possible, you need to take control of your child's upbringing. Now, not all of us can do that, unfortunately, but School of the West.world, I'm going to get that link and put it in the Jumbotron. This is a website that is focused on the well-being of our white children. And I'm going to put it in the Jumbotron. Spirit, I'm not sure if your hand is up, but you're free to speak if you want. I'm just going to get the link.
Yeah, actually, I was going to raise my hand, so I will. The thing I was also enraged by this morning when I was listening to this press conference by the transportation secretary is all of his things were pleading for common decency and such. And specifically, he was talking about the state of California, where I live, and saying that if they don't comply and don't do what they're telling them to do, that within 30 days, they're going to lose their highway government, federal highway funding. And I thought, well, isn't that nice? Well, we're having the California Senate just decided they're going to increase our gasoline tax and our car registration fees and all of these other things to raise $5 billion in additional taxes from us here in California. It's going to be 15 cents extra per gallon of gas. And so this is what California does. They don't care what the federal government tells them to do. They're just going to do whatever they darn well feel like. And once again, harming the white, honest taxpayers here in California, the few of us that are left. And what is that going to do for getting these monsters off the road who are behind the wheels of these trucks? Well, it's going to do nothing, because California is going to continue ignoring the federal mandates and the federal rules, which it does whenever it feels like, whenever the governor and the legislature here feels like they're going to do something different than what the federal government mandates. They just go ahead and do it. And what are the consequences? Well, there are no consequences. There have never been any consequences, not for the so-called sanctuary cities, which are actually sedition cities. There's been no consequences for these driver's licenses, commercial licenses that they're giving out to people who can't speak English, who clearly have not passed any kind of a test, who are a danger on the road. And they just continue doing it. The transportation secretary threatened California several months ago with all of this stuff, and they've done nothing. They haven't done the audit that they were supposed to do. They haven't done any stopping of issuing of these licenses. They just continue doing what they're doing. And once these people have these licenses, then they don't just stay in California. They drive all over the country. He's saying that there are literally hundreds of thousands of these drivers that need to be taken off the road immediately. And then the other part of what he was saying is that he said it won't cause any problems with the transportation of goods because we have plenty of American drivers who can handle the loads. Well, if we have plenty of American drivers who can handle the loads, which we all know we do, we have plenty of people who are willing to work in this country who are American. Why are these people being brought in? And the only is white erasure. The only reasoning is to harm the ever dwindling founding stock white population of the country. So unless they start doing something like arresting, indicting, putting in jail the people who are actually responsible for putting these monsters on the road, for putting these monsters in the trains, for putting these monsters on our streets, nothing is going to change. And certainly once the Trump administration is gone, it will go right back to the way that it has always been, which is more white erasure and more anti-whiteism, because nobody is doing the hard punishment and the hard consequences for the behavior that is resulting in our victimization.
And if you think about the fact that if someone didn't post that video of that truck, and it was a camera inside the truck, we wouldn't even be talking about this, because there are many like that who are just hush crimes. And this is the dark anti-white magic of the hush crime. We didn't care about Irina, and until some person leaked the video. Some person did an enormous amount of good for the well-being of white people by leaking that video. And when that video leaked, people could see it with their eyes. It lifted that harsh crime out into the light, and now we could see. And this is why the crime statistics does not energize people. What energizes white people is seeing the victimization of individual white people. And what happened there was suddenly, and when the video dropped, I got the distinct feeling of the Southport murders, because the Southport murders, they drip feed it. They drip fed the details. And I knew it was going to be bad, because they didn't want to release everything at the same time. They wanted to extend the time so that the impact is less. And I knew the next video is going to be so much worse. And wasn't that the case? To see that girl confused, scared, and alone, and no one is coming to help. And this is what shocked people. This is what shocked us, because in the anti-white narrative, everyone is ready to lay their lives down for white people, and white people never reciprocate. This is the anti-white narrative. And what they saw there was the inversion of the anti-white narrative. They saw anti-whiteism, and they saw it not only in the knife that plunged into the neck of Irina, they saw it in the reaction of everyone around her. And now white people know that we are alone. No one is coming to help us. No multiracial coalition is going to save us. This is on us. And calling them Antifa or this is not going to help. Trump is going to need to call them anti-white because they're just going to rebrand. Three Godfather.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on the rebranding. We saw that with DEI or race and origin and the dozens of other terms that's been used to describe the exact same thing over the years. When you call something anti-white, you're getting right to the root of the problem, and there's no other abstraction for it. You know, earlier, IMES had mentioned boomers, and I wanted to kind of address that a little bit because being a boomer myself, I'm quite used to the boomer bashing, but I assure you that we're not all ignorant of the anti-whiteism that happens, the white erasure. I've mentioned many times, you know, I grew up in Mayberry. I grew up in an all-white town. Every town in three directions was all white school, and it was absolutely glorious. And when people talk about wondering what it could have been like, it's frustrating for me because I know what it was like. I lived it, and to see what our children are having to go through now, it hurts me so bad. It's so inexcusable. It was so avoidable. It didn't have to happen. Granted, but here we are. And I just want, you know, whatever hundreds of people are listening to understand that we're not all ignorant of the anti-whiteism that's going on. Some of us have been working for 50 years against it and have recognized it for that long. I've been doing this for a very long time. And I am grateful that because of the hard work of people in this community and communities like it, you know, that things are starting to change. I think we are starting to make that push and it's starting to work. Uh, we have wonderful people with big reach. You know, thanks again to guys like IMES coming in here and helping amplify our message and helping to reach people that, you know, we are being victimized. And I should thank Tom Hennessy for his work in spreading the knowledge of what happened with Irina. My understanding is he was pretty key in getting that out here onto X so we could understand and have that. So that work was appreciated. We got to become a people. It's the only way we're going to win. But I'm confident that we do win in the end. I know I had said before that seeing that little girl who looks so much like my daughter, one of my daughters, you know, that cuts deep. As a father, as a husband, as a man, as a white person, an injury to a white person anywhere is an injury to white people everywhere. Everybody needs to understand that. There's no such thing as individuals. We are still a people, whether we act like one and recognize it or not. They don't injure us as individuals. They injure us as a people. That's all I got, brother.
And you know, the Irina situation left white people with no escape. There was no behavior, way of dress, um, that they could point to that could lead to another outcome. If you think about the principle of Greek tragedy, in Greek tragedy, usually the protagonist dies horribly, but the Greek tragedy doesn't work unless the character who dies has a character flaw, because that gives the audience an escape. The audience has empathy because they see themselves in the protagonist, but the protagonist has a character flaw, and that gives the audience an escape. In the cases like Irina, she tried to look invisible. She couldn't help being beautiful. She didn't dress provocative, and there was nothing she did wrong. There is no escape. He wanted her dead because she was white and because she was beautiful. And he said, "I got that white girl." Um, and this is the core of the Go Free strategy, where we focus on the well-being of white people. When we focus on the well-being of white people, the regime cannot come after you, because that would leave white people with no escape. They go after people who fly funny flags, because then white people tell themselves, "Oh, all I need to do is not fly that flag, then I'm fine." They go after Christians because white people will say, "Well, oh, well, I can just disavow Christianity, then I'm fine." So all of these things um, doesn't um, work, because um, when you focus on our well-being, then it gives you a degree of immunization. It makes you immune to these anti-whites, and then they can't come after us. Um, so that is, but what I wanted to go back to is that truck driver, because um, there's multiple um, concepts that we can see that reveals the anti-white social morality. The first thing is, in the anti-white narrative, everything is against these non-white drivers. Everything is more difficult. But what we see is everything is made easy for them. So the anti-white narrative that the West is set up for white people is not only fiction, it's the inverse. They are being the red carpet is rolled out for them. And of course, the reason why is because anti-whites want white erasure. Even the white ones, they just don't want to see a white face, even if it's the one in the mirror. And if you look at the reaction of these two drivers when that family, that vehicle plunged into them and everyone died instantly, it's it's unreal. It's unreal, the reaction, the lack of reaction. This these lives that that were taken. It's another stressful day at the office. That it and that shows you there are biospiritual differences between us. That is not a normal reaction if you are a white person. That is an abnormal reaction. But what's normal for us, what comports to our Western norms, is most definitely not what is normal for others. I mean, in many Muslim countries, non-white Muslim countries, the practice of boy rape is a norm. In fact, I didn't know about this until I saw the UK regime import of people from Afghanistan, and I researched Afghanistan. Apparently, in 2014, I think, in 2014, so there's a law in the US, the Leahy law, that prohibits United States military from collaborating with allies that are guilty of human rights violations. But in 2014, Congress approved an exception that allows, because the Afghan forces that they were collaborating with, boy rape is what they call bacha bazi, is a norm in that country. So US soldiers, US Marines were forced to sit outside while they hear the screams of these boys being raped. And those Afghan refugees, now what does the UK regime do? They import these monsters from these gross cultures into the quiet towns in the UK where they can leer at our children. This is what the anti-white regime does, knowing full well what kind of people these are. And Steve Laws, he posted an interview with one of these Afghani intruders. And this man basically, oh, I'm not even going to say what, but he tries to justify because he suffered, so now it's his right to do the same. But this just goes to show again that Western norms are not universal values. Objecting to molesting is a Western norm. It's not. We created it for us. It's our norm. If there are others that share it, that's fine. It's still our norm that we created for us, and we're going to defend it. So this idea that morality is universal is poisonous. It's poisonous because it's the tragedy of the commons. It means no one's going to defend that. Fire Spirit, any?
I don't know what else to add to that. I mean, they keep importing in so many ways just the most vile anti-white, non-whites into our countries. We see it from in the United States.
Did you know about that exception to the Leahy law that Congress approved?
No, I'd never heard of it. And there are, there are so many laws that are passed all the time. I can't keep up with them. I don't know what's going on. It was like Jason mentioned one on Sunday that happened here in California, and I was like, I didn't hear about that. And so I looked it up, and yeah, the governor and the legislature got this thing that they're passing that they're going to penalize the social media places if they allow people to post stuff that is against their quote unquote hate speech laws, and with fines up to $1 million and all this stuff. And I had not heard anything about that. So yeah.
I put the link to schoolofthewest.world in the far left of the Jumbotron. Now, in the next to far left, there's a post from the British Patriot. He says, not all Muslims are bad people. Not every Muslim is a pedophile or a terrorist. So my question is, where are the good Muslims? So I mean, this is a good person. He cares about Western civilization. I'm just pointing out a couple of things that we need to get right if we're going to win this anti-white psychological war. The first thing is, it's not the fact that they are Muslim that is the problem. It's a fact that they are not us. They are not white. Even if every single Muslim, every single non white Muslim that comes into the country is a productive citizen, is a beautiful family, it will still harm us. How will it harm us if he works hard? How will it harm us if he never commits crime? It will harm us because at some point they are going to flip from numerical diffidence to numerical courage. And what happens then? Well, what happens then? Remember, they have different norms. Even though he's a good person means he comports to Western norms. This changes when he gains numerical courage because now he expresses what is good for his biospirit, which doesn't include consent for sex, which doesn't include objecting to molesting, it doesn't include pristine environments, it doesn't include treating dogs as friends, not food. It doesn't include all these things that we take for granted. Now he's going to change from simulating a good man of the West to being a quote unquote good Arab, which is not entirely not what we want. It's going to be hell for us when they create their civilization in our environment. Our environments are already hostile to our most vulnerable. We saw that with Irina, but that's an extreme example. But you will know when you're in London and you step into an area where they have numerical courage, you will know that. You will know that by your heart rate. You will know that by the feeling that you are prey because you stepped into a hunting ground. And this is the combination of numerical courage and anti-whiteism. That combination creates a hunting ground where white people are prey. So it's not the fact that they are Muslim, it's the fact that they are not us. And it doesn't matter where the good Muslims are, it doesn't matter if every one of them is good. The moment they gain numerical courage, the definition of good changes. So, British Patriot, we need to get these things correct. And another thing that happens when you don't identify the problem correctly, and the problem with mass immigration is not the fact that people from other cultures come into your culture. The problem is white erasure. So if you make immigration the problem, then it misfires. It misfires because it's going to be misused to prevent white people from going to white countries. It's going to be misused like it's used like it happened already in America, where white families are deported back to Sweden because their papers were not in order. It misfires in these ways because we did not identify the problem correctly. It's not immigration that's a problem. It's non-white immigration because that causes white erasure. And white erasure is not limited to the people. It's not limited to the physical body of our people. It includes the white erasure of our Western norms and standards. We see that in the anti-white justice system, in the legal system that discriminates against us at every level. Just the laxity, the anti-whites will tell you it's just the big bureaucracy that's inefficient. It's amazing how, when whites are victimized, the bureaucracy suddenly changes into an efficient machine that, with amazing speed, locks down the people that they want, speed runs through the legal system, and it's 2 3 weeks and that person is in prison. While when the opposite happens, like that Ricky Jones situation, it's everything is just stretched out. And then when it eventually gets to a decision, then we find, oh, technically he's not guilty. And oh, by the way, Lucy Connolly, who sits in prison, she just made some tactical mistakes. As if she, in front of the same jury, would have gotten a good decision if she didn't plead guilty. No way. This we The problem is not individual anti-whites. The problem is the entire social morality of anti-whiteism. This is why um, how many thousands of anti-white rapes were swept under the carpet. These were whites in the police, whites in the Anglican Church, whites in welfare, whites in the BBC. Everyone swept it under the carpet. And Independent published an interview with a white woman in welfare who revealed that she saw the anti-white rapists as the victims because they were non-white. This is the problem we need to address: is why were those anti-white rapes swept under the carpet? This is the problem we need to solve, because when we solve that problem, the problem of letting these anti-white monsters into our country will be addressed as well. But if we address the symptom, which is these monsters getting free rein, then the root cause is still untreated and we will still be vulnerable. And it's up to us to change that conversation. Let's get to the reason why all those white people got out of the way so that the anti-white monsters can get to our children. Let's get to that. And then we are going to look at real change, persistent change that stays. And this is the way I think about it. A social morality is like a magnetic field that pulls the moral compass of every individual molecule in the population. And because it's like a magnetic field, it survives the political tides. So when you fix the morality, you fix it in a persistent way that cannot be defended against, because that magnetic field penetrates through everything, through every institution. It touches the hearts of every small child. Every person in the node of power will feel that force field pulling to the compass needle, the moral compass towards white well-being. And this is what we are doing by changing the conversation to always focus on our well-being. And little by little, this is shifting. And it is, I mean, there are some tectonic shifts that happen, and I believe the the series that started with where Holly and her friends were stomped into the pavement, followed up with the murders that we saw. These that was a shock. That was a shock to everyone. I mean, it was a shock to me, and I've seen some bad things here in South Africa. Um, that was a shock, and you know, these things don't happen often. Um, but it's by no means over. Um, we we need to um, we need to keep the conversation focused on the well-being of our people. And now you can see how content creators, self-promoters, they are um, derailing the whole conversation to all sorts of conspiracy theories. Anti-whiteism is not a conspiracy. You can go on any website and you will see how they brag about white erasing white males from the workforce, from admissions. This it's not. There's no conspiracy. This is a morality, and that means everyone is taking part. So in some ways, it's more difficult to defend against, but in other ways, the same remedy works everywhere because the attack works the same. They just use different words. In South Africa, DEI is called BEE. Um, and in Australia, I think it's something like employment equity. Um, and now they are rebranding it. You're going to hear new terms because DEI is now out of fashion. The Trump regime targeted it. So now they're rebranding to things like inclusive growth. It's still the same thing. It's anti-white and it's white erasure. And once you identify that, um, you know you are empowered to defend against it. And I've had that experience where an anti-white tried to guilt me into wanting my child to be in a white school. But just by calling it white erasure, why do you want white erasure? And she was carrying on, but you just don't like black people. I said, no, I don't like white erasure. Is it ever a problem if a school has no white children? No, it's not a problem because that's perfect white erasure. And you never complain about that. But now you complain about a school that only has a few black children because you want white erasure. And then she had no answer to that. And this is the power of these concepts. These concepts automatically puts the focus on the well-being of white people. White erasure, people, there's only who's victimized. And this is an important concept that Jason introduced me to. Anti-whites have a powerful tactic. They always focus on who benefits. Chi buono. But but the correct thing to focus on, because who benefits is all over the place. It's in some cases it's blacks, then it's Hispanics, then it's Jews, then it's homosexuals. It changes all the time. But who is victimized? Who is victimized is always someone who's white. Chi dulet, who is victimized, not qui bono. And when you ask that question, you land in the middle of the pit of success, because when you ask that, you are centering white well-being. Why? Because of the social morality of anti-whiteism. Who is victimized must always be white. And this is the power. Who, remember this, ask who is victimized in every situation, and you will see there's a red arrow pointing to your heart. You are victimized. You are targeted. And you are targeted before you were even born. And you can hear that with these people who talk about reparations. Listen closely when they talk about reparations. They include white babies who are still in the womb for future victimization when they talk about reparations. This is how it works. You were targeted when you were still a single cell, a single fertilized egg. You were already targeted. Why? Because of the Western biospirit that was frozen into you when those two um, when the sperm and the egg melded together and you formed a new white person. You were targeted for victimization even then. And nothing that you could do can change that. And if you listen to these people who whine about reparations, you'll realize this is what they mean. This is what they mean. There's no escape. And the only escape for us is to say no. It doesn't matter. Your pretext don't matter. If the conclusion is that whites must be victimized for their birth, the pretext don't matter. It's anti-white and it must be rejected. Um, sure, that was a long. But what I did put in the jumbotron, yes, I did say that School of the West on the far left of the jumbotron. Um, it's been a while. I'm going to round robin to the speakers. Fire Spirit, any comments?
You've been on fire today, Hans. I applaud you. You are just amazing, and I couldn't agree more with what you were saying about um, whoever they bring in is harming us, and they always try to put the best spin on it. I remember when they were decided they were going to bring the Afghans in after the war, and there was this uh, picture in the media of the supposedly the first Afghans coming off the plane, and it was a man and a woman, and the one they were both very tall, and the woman had very long flowing hair, and they looked so incredibly westernized, and they were smiling, and they were dressed very fashionably, and I thought, wow, that is not your average Afghan couple. And but that they made them look so westernized, and so I could imagine the people who were seeing that in the media thinking, oh, isn't this good that we're doing this? And this is what they do. They show you the little babies that need help, and they pull on the heartstrings um, the of our people. So anyway, I will leave it at that. And yes, it's been a very good long stream, and we did a good job today. So excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Fire Spirit. One thing that we can say is that they know what they're doing. They've been winning for decades because they understand us. They understand they understand our weaknesses. They know what they are doing, and um, it their tactics. Once you understand how they work, that this is the brilliance of the Go Free strategy: is teasing that apart and and figuring out how the psychology works, so that we can defend where we are attacked. So I must just say thanks, Jason. That is I've never said that before, but um, I mean actions speak louder than words. But um, yeah, I mean it's not something that is easy to express, but yes, this is truly a great contribution to, Western civilization. Is There's been a few points in history where there was an existential threat to our existence. Um, one we did handle, or we did talk about that in this space not long ago, was Jan Sobieski, the King of Poland. He realized that the King of France, he collaborated with the Ottomans to um, to invade Austria, because the King of France wanted to um, to use that so that he can gain power in Europe. But the King of Poland, Jan Sobieski, he realized that this is not going to stop with Austria. This is the battle of the ages. If we lose Vienna, then who knows? They may not have been a white race. So what Jan Sobieski did is he got everyone he could together. It was Germans, Poles, even from the Slavic peoples. It was a pan-European army, and it was about, of course, usually outnumbered, but it was one of those moments where you could see that um, the numbers were against them. And this is another thing about Western civilization. We have a history of defeating overwhelming numbers of anti-white monsters. So don't be dismayed. The fact that we don't have a billionaire, we don't have um, resources. We only have our own people, grassroots. When Jan Sobieski, because he led the biggest, the largest cavalry charge in human history. I think it was 18,000 horsemen, um, and he was at the lead of the 3,000 um, 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 heavy cavalry of the Polish, the winged hussars. And when he led that charge, what do you think was on his mind? It wasn't the anti-whites, the 300,000 or 170,000, whatever the anti-whites say it is. It wasn't those anti-white monsters who won. It was the white babies behind him. Because you don't risk your life to hurt someone else. You risk your life to save your people. And what our this is our focus here, is we are motivated by love for our people, because hate is not going to make you storm a machine gun nest. What makes you storm a machine gun nest is love for your own. And this is what we get right. And this is what's going to win. Dear Godfather,
Yeah, brother, I don't know if I can add much more. Um, with your discussion about the anti-white, non-whites, and I would only argue that white erasure starts with a single non-white. You know, if they're even if they're the most productive person on earth, they're still taking a job from one of our people. So it only takes one to start white erasure. Brother, you started out cooking a hot dog, and you served up a gourmet meal. You've been cooking so much this session. I don't know when this shade tree started, man. I didn't know how it was going to turn out, but I owe you a huge debt of gratitude for the role that you've taken up here and the job that you have done. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate every minute that you put into this, doing this with me, brother. I love you for it. And I mean that truly. To all the people listening in the space and on the YouTube stream, I appreciate everyone that shows up to hear amazing people like Hans speak. It means the absolute world to me. I love you all.
thanks, Dear Godfather. And that one non-white intruder, this, it, think about the fact that if you focus on the negative aspects of the intruders, then you are only going to be able to motivate white people to react once those negative attributes manifest. So let's say these are all, let's say these are Japanese that you import. Are they going to manifest those negative aspects? Well, they are going to manifest but very late in the white erasure game when it's too late. Um, so this is why it's an ineffective strategy to focus on the negative aspects of the non-whites who are coming in, because you, by the time the negative aspects manifest and white people feel it, the white erasure is too far. When you focus on the well-being of white people, you can motivate even a single non-white not coming into our country, because then you are focused on the correct, you are identifying the problem correctly, and then the solution falls out of just just identifying the problem correctly. Thanks, Tree Godfather, for mentioning that. Julia, any comments? Final comment.
No, I didn't even know this was going until I heard that it still was. So I just came in to listen and caught a little of the end. And I can only second Biosphere. Sorry, the Tree Godfather. That you are always epic in your promotion of white well-being. So thank you, Hans. It's always wonderful to listen to you.
Thank you. Andelin, final thoughts?
Yeah, you guys did great today. And I couldn't help but look at some of the comments under a few of these items you posted. And I still believe for us, one of the biggest obstacles is pushing past these detractors and bad actors who, on one hand, they'll condemn the anti-white non-whites who celebrated the murder of Austin Metcalf, or the 30 white girls that died in that natural disaster in Texas. But now today it looks like they're mocking the wife of Charlie Kirk. It's really disgusting, some of the comments that I've been reading. But I mean, these people are happy to play the villain, and newcomers still have to first go through Fuentes and his groypers and pieces of shit like what I'm seeing on here now. Um, Before they ever get to Jason or the I am yes and you or no. Uh, so, but our people, they're ready for a white positive, moral perspective. And I've seen, it's not boomers either. I've seen plenty of boomers that they say, you know what, they tried it a certain way years ago, and now they realize that it's time for something new, and they've been very receptive to our message. So it's definitely not the boomers. So, but yeah. Uh, no one gets here without having to filter through the shit first. So many people are still lost, and we desperately have to reach them. But yeah, these detractors, they'll say anything to maximize clicks and views, but they won't call out anti-whiteism. But we don't compromise our morals for anyone. And as you said, we're motivated by love for our people. So yeah, you guys did great today. Yeah, great conversation.
Thanks, Andelin. Yes, the focus, of course, what is the nature and content of white well-being? It's the absence of anti-white victimization. And it's as simple as that. There's no attacking that. When an anti-white asks, so what is white well-being? Well, it's the absence of anti-white victimizations. What are you going to do about that? I don't know if you can speak, Jason, but if you can speak, you can have final thoughts.
I can. I'll keep it brief. I just want to add my voice and echo celebrating you and the laudation for you, the appreciation for you, and the great work that you're doing. You really had an epic space today. So good on you. And to echo the one thing that you had said, you used, I think, a magnetic field, talking about the social morality, pulling in a specific direction and to connect it to what the West was saying, Biospirit of the West was saying about California, and being unaware of the news of this law, the fines up to $1 million for saying something, tweeting something that some California group of anti-whites determines to be heretical to anti-whiteism, and therefore the fines and et cetera. And that is to say that with that social morality, I've likened it to gravity before, and I really like how, Hans, you likened it to like a magnetic field. It determines the direction of outcomes. It works in favor or against what's happening in society. If we had a white positive morality that is promulgated as we do here with the Go Free dialogic and white positivity, if we had that, then white people in the machinery of the state, white people in the machinery of media would have alerted the totality. They would have been able to push back from a moral positioning, making it infinitely harder for anti-whites to achieve these sort of anti-white objectives. The opposite is the case today, and that's why nothing is possible until we displace, supplant the anti-white immoral imperative as the social morality of the West with a white positive social morality. And that's what our dialogic does. That's what Hans was so ably and superbly representing over the total course of this space today. So nothing but big love and big gratitude to Hans and to all of you. Big salutes, big Promethean salutes to everybody. I'm going to leave it at that. I'll see everybody on Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our Going Free gathering, where we undoubtedly will be celebrating the great Hans for today and so many others and their achievements and the big victories we've had over the course of the past week. God bless you all. Promethean hails.
Thank you, Jason. We've come to the end of the space. Thank you, everyone. It was a Saturday space, but on my time zone, it ticked over to a Sunday space. Welcome. This has been the Saturday edition of the Shade Tree White Wellbeing NWG space. We meet here daily at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. We practice the Go Free lexicon and concepts as developed by Jason Gunner, Mr. No White Guilt himself. You can find him here on X as No White Guilt NWG, elsewhere as simply No White Guilt, on the web at nowhiteguilt.org. I want to thank each and every one of the speakers and all of you who showed up to listen. You all make the space possible by bringing your diverse skills and intelligence here for all of us to share. Without all of your participation as speakers or listeners, it would just be my handsome self. Thanks again. I truly appreciate you all. Enjoy the rest of the day or evening. I love you all and hope to see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Are you noticing changes in our country you find troubling? Do you feel unsafe and at a loss to remedy these fundamental shifts? Have you found the book Go Free by Jason Kuna? The Go Free method provides excellent meme curatives and specific language skills to overcome the anti-white psychological warfare being waged against us across the West. Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western kind by Jason Kuna, available on Amazon.
Our children are priceless, and we would do anything to protect them. So why aren't you using Go Free to protect them from the most harmful ideas? Decades in the making, Go Free is a simple yet brilliant practice designed to free us from destructive socio-political ideas. As words are the tools with which we think, Go Free promotes precise, simple, and targeted language to counteract psychological warfare. When you go free of the system's control over your word choice, you liberate your thinking. As you grow, you can empower others. And the most important thing you can do is inoculate our children against the ideas that are meant to harm them.